All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter, the defendant's again present with his counsel, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Mr. Darden, Mr. Gordon, and Ms. Lewis. And I see we also have Ms. Hamburger on behalf of Marguerite Thomas. All right, good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, I believe Ms. Thomas's counsel is here as a result of being ordered back after the body attachment issued and so forth. It's our decision not to call Marguerite Simpson to testify. So I don't know if the defense wants her ordered back for their case or not.
Well, if we want her, then we'll make arrangements to get her out.
All right, then the body attachment will be recalled and quashed. And Ms. Hamburger, thank you, and you and your client are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Also, Your Honor, this morning I filed 2 motions in limine to preclude certain testimony. One of them deals with
Excuse me, is there something funny? Thank you.
One of them deals with Christian Reichardt, who I heard Mr. Cochran indicate he had asked to come back this afternoon. I filed and served these this morning. Does the court want to give an indication? Let me let you know what the other brief is. The other one has to do with a witness called Lori Menzioni, who had a telephone conversation with the defendant in Chicago. The motion in limine is to preclude her testifying to that conversation for insufficient foundation and hearsay reasons. She is sort of toward the end of the list of 9 or 10 witnesses I believe they gave us yesterday, so may, I guess, possibly hit the witness stand late today at the rate the witnesses are moving along. Perhaps the defense can give us a better indication of when they expect she would hit the witness stand. Lori Menzioni.
All right, so I take it you're filing 2 motions in limine to preclude certain testimony.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Cochran.
Your Honor, first of all, I haven't seen motions thus far, and I just received them. But Ms. Menzioni, as far as I know, arrived here late last night from Chicago. She is here, and at the rate we're proceeding, we could possibly get to her today or this evening or tomorrow morning, the earliest. And Mr. Reichardt, Dr. Reichardt, rather, was here yesterday. I asked him to be ordered back today. We have a number of witnesses today, so it just depends on this. But obviously, I'm going to ask the court to allow us to have until 1:30 again today because I've got witnesses even coming in over the lunch hour to keep the pace up. And, you know, I'll get a chance to review this. I haven't had a chance to even look at this, and I've got a witness on the stand now, so we'll look at it. And once I determine what these areas are, we'll just refrain from going into them until we can work that out. Mm-hmm. But I don't want to hold up witnesses who have flown in from Chicago. I'd like to put on all the witnesses where there's no controversy. If there's no controversy regarding a witness, put them at the end of the day or do it the next day if possible. And I'm sure, you know, I got a lot of calls last night. I'm sure the court was kidding about the pace because I was rather breakneck yesterday. We'll try to do that also.
The court reporters told me that they thought that comment was serious.
They thought you were serious?
And they were going to make arrangements to have transportation available for them sometime 8 or 9 o'clock tonight.
Is that right? Well, we thought you were kidding because I'm sure Your Honor was impressed with the speed at which we proceeded yesterday. But we'll still do what we have to do.
No, I do expect us to keep up, however, a good pace.
All right, we expect to.
All right.
After this is our idea, Your Honor, so we want to.
You know, counsel, believe me, I appreciate that for every hour of presentation in the courtroom, there's probably 100 hours in preparation.
Right, it's tough. And you know, as the court could appreciate, we were up 11, 12 o'clock last night, and Mr. Douglas was this morning seeing witnesses who flew in from Chicago. It's too late to even talk to last night, so you can understand that. But we'll do it. And for Ms. Lewis. I haven't seen these yet, but are you going to argue these?
Yes.
All right, well, then we'll chat about those after the noon hour.
Would you expect to be at 1 or 1:30 or?
Tell me what you got.
1:30 at this point.
Let's talk to her.
Sure.
I have one other matter I'd take up. I just informed the people of a witness who called me late last night who had relevant testimony, it appears, on the time of the barking dog or dogs. I have asked that witness to come to court this morning. I will make that witness available to the prosecution as that witness will be available to us. and we'd like to keep this case going, keep this case in order. And this witness just came to our attention at about 10 o'clock last evening. I have given the people her name and will make her available to them immediately.
All right.
I don't mind that this witness testifying tomorrow. I got a chance to talk to her, but I think to just give me a name, one which I can't read completely, by the way. 2 minutes ago, it was
Oh, Mr. Darden, this is just Mr. Shapiro putting on the record that he's given you the information. We're all aware of it. I'll give you reasonable time to
thank
interview this
you.
person.
If I could also have her address and
I don't have her address. She's coming down.
the correct spelling of her.
I've never
If
met
the
her.
witness is going to be here this morning, however, she'll be available to be interviewed by either yourself or one of your investigators, one of your colleagues.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's have the jurors, please. I'm sorry. Whoop.
I think Mr. Douglas has a matter, but I have one.
Yes, sir.
But please, the court, yesterday you heard a reference to a witness, Lang, and you heard a reference to a white truck in the cross-examination of Francesca Harmon by Mr. Darden. I discovered yesterday, for the first time, since we have been working with Mr. Lang, that a tape recording of his observations that night was made almost immediately after the events and turned over to the prosecution many months ago, together with a sketch of what he saw. And he says that at 10 o'clock at night, he saw a large white truck, somebody in the truck, a blonde woman he now recognizes as Nicole Brown Simpson, discoursing with the person in the truck, and someone standing near the entrance to her gate in a menacing posture of Caucasian or Asian descent. Now, I think it's an absolute outrage that this clearly exculpatory evidence, putting her in the company of someone else who could possibly have figured into these murders, has not been turned over to the defense. I ask that you order that it be turned over forthwith and that we find out why it wasn't at some point. Meanwhile, I'll inform the court that Mr. Lang's lawyer is having the tape transcribed by his secretary, and I'll make it available to the court as soon as I get it.
Mr. Darden, what about this?
What are we talking about, Hystro or Lang?
Lang.
Ms. Clark's with me.
Do you know any?
I haven't heard a tape of Mr. Lang.
What about the sketch?
Do you know anything about a sketch?
No. Not the schedule.
All right. Well, when Ms. Clark arrives and we're in a break, we'll find out.
I'm sure Mr. Darden will convey to her my concerns.
All right.
You can bring it up yourself.
Mr. Douglas,
I just want to put on the record.
excuse me, Mr. Darden, direct your comments to the court, not the counsel. Mr. Douglas.
May it please the court, Your Honor. I want to simply put on the record that this morning I have given Mr. Darden a packet of 13 x-rays of Mr. Simpson, which we intend to use with Dr. Maltz, who will testify probably next Monday. I'm also handing to Mr. Darden reports that were faxed to his office last night, a 2-page report from Herbert McDonald, as well as a 2-page report by a Dr. William Martell, which Dr. Maltz used and will perhaps refer to during the course of Dr. Maltz's testimony.
This is as to the arthritic condition.
Correct. Martell is a radiologist about the x-rays.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, for purposes of scheduling, I have a witness on a tight schedule. Will you start again at 1 or 1:30, as Mr. Cochran requested?
Mr. Cochran requested 1:30.
Is that acceptable to the court?
It is.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Let's have the jury. Let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you again. All right, Mr. Robert Heitstra, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good morning, Mr. Heitstra.
Good morning.
Mr. Heitstra, you were reminded, sir, that you are still under oath, and would you pull the microphone close to you, please? Thank you. Mr. Cochran.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Oops.
That's another one.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And good morning, Mr. Heitstra.
Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Heitstra, yesterday, at the end of the day, we had been discussing your observations on the evening of June 12th, 1994, the Sunday. And I think we had concluded talking about the meeting that you had had.
Excuse me just a second. Debbie McNair, one of our jurors needs a pen. All right, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we had discussed the time that you came down for the meeting in this building with Ms. Clark and Mr. Hodgman and Detective Payne. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And after that particular conversation with those, the two deputy district attorneys and with the police officer, did you have occasion to talk to any other police officers after that conversation?
No.
All right. Did you have occasion to meet with a lawyer on the prosecution team this year during 1995?
No, sir.
You didn't meet with Mr. Christopher Darden?
Later on, yes, later.
All right. And when was that?
It was on Memorial Day.
Memorial Day of this year?
Yeah,
That's of 1995?
exactly.
And when we talk about Mr. Darden, you mean the gentleman here in the middle, Mr.
That's
Darden?
it? Yes.
All right. And was Mr. Darden in the company of anyone else?
Two
Came out to
detectives.
see you?
Two detectives.
And do you presently recall the names of either of those detectives who were with Mr. Darden?
One name was Stevens.
Mike Stevens, kind of a large gentleman?
Yeah, right.
All right. Do you remember the name of any of the other gentlemen?
No.
If it was
no,
a gentleman?
No.
All right. How was this meeting arranged on Memorial Day or thereabouts involving Mr. Darden, Mr. Stevens, and this other individual?
They called me at 8 o'clock in the morning.
And where did they call you, sir?
At home.
At your residence there on
Yeah.
Dorothy?
Yes.
And you had a conversation with them?
Yeah, they told me they wanted to meet me.
Yes, well, Mr. Darden, if you're going to make an objection, you'll need to stand so I can see that you're making an objection. Sustained.
Thank you. With regard
Also,
to
Mr. Heister, would you allow Mr. Cochran to finish asking the question before you start your
Sorry,
answer?
yes.
All right.
Thank you. Now, the question was, you had a conversation, without telling us what it was, you had a conversation with somebody from the DA's office, is that right?
Yes.
And that was about 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did the three gentlemen that you've spoken about show up at where you live?
At 10 o'clock, yes.
All right. Was that the time you agreed upon?
Yes.
All right. And they came out to Dorothy, is that correct?
Right.
And so that we're clear, that was in the month of, toward the end of May of 1995, is that correct?
Right.
All right. And once they got to your particular residence, you had never met Mr. Darden before, had you?
No.
Did you have a conversation with these three individuals at that point?
Oh, yes. Yes.
All right. And did you invite them into your house or did you go someplace?
No, I said my dogs have a small apartment, so we went outside
All right.
for a walk.
All right. And was it your idea to go for a walk?
Yeah, I said, let's go around the block.
All right. And did you walk around the block?
We did.
All right. And did you accompanied by, you didn't take your dogs with you this time, did you?
One dog I took with me.
Which dog did you take?
The younger dog.
Okay. By the way, and with the court's indulgence, with regard to those dogs, I don't want to have a dog fixation, but there's some merit here, Your Honor. With regard to those dogs, will you tell us how old are those two dogs?
We heard this yesterday.
I'm not sure of the one dog I
We
didn't
heard
get the age.
that one was 14.
Not the other one, I don't think, though.
All right.
Bear with
Proceed.
me. Bear with me. the one dog, how old is the oldest dog?
He's about 14 now.
And how old is the youngest dog?
11 now, I guess.
So the youngest dog is 11?
Yeah, 10,
All right.
11.
And does the oldest dog suffer with some kind of an ailment?
Oh, yes, arthritis in the back legs.
Is what?
Arthritis.
Okay. And how does that affect his ability to walk when you go out with him? Becomes very relevant.
Oral.
How does
He can walk very slowly, very slow, very slow.
does that affect the time it takes you to complete your walk?
Oh, sure.
All right. Now, so you took one of the dogs with you, I presume the younger one that morning?
Right.
Okay. And you had a conversation with these three gentlemen?
Yes.
As you walked, did you show them anything or you just talked?
No, we were just talking about. They asked me questions.
All right. And you responded to their questions?
Yes,
And did Mr. Darden ask you some questions?
he did.
What did Mr. Darden ask you? I think I can look it up here. All right. What did Mr. Darden ask you?
Oh, what kind of work I did and if I was legal here in this little country.
He asked if you were legal?
Yeah,
You are a legal citizen, aren't you?
sure.
What else did he ask you?
Sustained.
Well, how were you treated by Mr. Darden and these men who came out to see you?
Pretty cool. Pretty, not very.
Sustained. It's irrelevant.
Is it relevant to you?
It's irrelevant.
Okay. The conversation, can you describe for us the tone of the conversation between these three men as they ask you questions, specifically Mr. Darden?
Not very friendly.
And did you try to respond to them as they talk to you?
Sure,
Did you try to be friendly and cooperative?
sure.
Did Mr. Darden's tone towards you ever become friendly at any time during the conversation?
Not really.
I'm going to sustain the objection to that particular question,
All right, I'll ask another
but
one.
we've established the tone.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Did that tone remain the same throughout?
Exactly.
Unfriendly tone?
Exactly.
All right. How long were you with these three men on that date of Memorial Day of 1995?
About 25 minutes, something like that.
Now, yesterday in your testimony, you indicated to us that you'd heard a gate clanging. You remember that?
Yes,
And at the time you heard this gate clanging, you couldn't see which gate that was, could you?
no.
All right. And although you described for us at first the dog that you believe was an Akita barking, were you ever able to see the Akita that night?
Never saw him, no.
All right. But you thought that you recognized that particular bark, having heard it before?
Oh, yes.
And was that the same thing as with the black dog?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
All right. Now, with regard to this case, did you have occasion to hear or see the opening statements in this particular case back in January of 1995?
Yes, I did.
And did you see it on television or what did you do?
Yeah, excuse me, I was home that day.
All right, and you observed it on television?
Yes,
And did you hear statements regarding the times that certain things had happened back out there on Bundy on June 12th, 1994?
oh, yes.
And when you heard those things, how did that affect you?
Sustained.
Very surprised.
Just a moment, just a moment.
Wait,
Sorry,
Mr.
sorry.
Hystra, when an objection is made and I sustain the objection, you're not to answer the question.
Okay.
Stricken.
When you heard the opening statements, did you at that point make any statements? You can answer that yes or no.
Sustained.
All right. Did you at any time after the opening statements talk to anybody from the prosecution at all?
No.
All right. Did you talk to any, did you make any statements to anybody else at that time?
No.
All right. Now, in this conversation that you had with Mr. Darden and these two gentlemen, did they ever suggest anything to you at all? Or will?
No.
All right. And did you, did the subject of where you come from ever come up?
Yes.
Was anything said about that? And may I approach, Your Honor? May we approach just a moment regarding this? May we approach?
Sustained as hearsay.
Yeah, may we approach with this?
No, sustained as hearsay.
Well, I want to ask a question. And all right. Well, before I ask the question, I'd like to tell you about that question. I think.
With
All right.
court orders. All right. Thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran.
thank you very kindly, Your Honor. During this conversation that you had with these gentlemen, who did most of the talking from the prosecution side?
Mr. Darden.
All right. Did the other two men talk at all?
Very little.
It was mostly Mr. Darden and you
Yes,
responding?
yes, yes.
All right. Now, and I'd like to put one of the boards back up if I can. You have described for us that you were an auto detailer, is that correct?
All right.
And before June 12th of 1994, you had never personally met Mr. OJ Simpson, had you?
Never, never.
And I think you indicated yesterday, however, that you had had occasion to work and detail cars throughout the Brentwood area. Is that correct?
Right.
Had you ever had occasion to go over and represent or work for a client over on Rockingham?
Yes.
Did you do some work for some clients by the name of the Salingers?
Sure.
And do the Salingers live right next door to where Mr. O.J. Simpson lives?
Yes.
And I want you to just turn briefly, Corporal, and look at 1239 there, which is a defense exhibit number 1239. And do you see Mr. O.J. Simpson's home on that?
Yeah.
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of his residence as you saw it
Sure.
times before June 1994?
Right.
And while you're standing there, would you point out and would you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your clients, the Salingers, live?
It's next door house.
And he's pointing to the house immediately to
Immediately to the south.
south of Mr. Simpson's house. Right. Thank you very kindly. Now, Mr. Had you ever at any time ever even seen O.J. Simpson at any time when you were at the Salingers?
One time, I guess, just one time.
But did you ever talk to him?
Never, no.
All right. Just saw him in passing?
No, you saw me in the yard of Mr. Salinger one time.
All right. That's the only time you ever saw him?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Now, let's take this down. On that particular night, on the night that we've been talking about, June 12th, let's go back for just a moment. You described for us yesterday that after you heard these sounds that you described for us yesterday, you continued on through this alley that paralleled Bundy, and at some point you approached and you were trying to go down to Dorothy. Is that correct?
Right.
And at some point you did walk and get to Dorothy. Is that correct?
Yeah. Door.
All right. And so you pointed to Dorothy on People's 26. All right. And at some point, did you ever see any vehicles in and around that area as you got to Dorothy Street that particular night?
Yes. I walked up a little, 2-3 houses up the street.
All right. So that we're clear, Your Honor, I think he's indicating that he had proceeded up Dorothy
Yeah.
in the direction of where your house is?
Right.
Okay. Is that right?
Right.
Dedicated eastbound.
Eastbound on Dorothy, as I understood, Your Honor. And at that point, did you see any vehicle at any point?
Well, I looked back to Bundy where the noise came from.
All right.
And there is a street light on the corner of Bundy and Dorothy.
Yes.
And when I was looking there from the commotion, I was listening to there about 2 minutes.
All right. What time would that be now that you're looking back?
Around 11:45.
Okay, about 10:45? All right.
Yeah, right.
Quarter to 11?
Yeah.
All right. And you look back, and now before that, let me ask you, had you seen any cars at all around that location?
No.
All right. And you look back, did you see any cars at this point or any traffic out on Bundy, if you could see
Yeah,
Bundy?
2 cars were passing on Bundy, going south and north, I guess.
Okay, 2 cars were passing on Bundy,
Yeah.
going south, is that correct?
Yeah.
And south would be down toward what street? Toward Wilshire?
It will say, yeah.
All right. And could you describe those 2 cars at all?
No, they went fast on Bundy. So I
All
don't
right.
think so.
They were moving kind of quickly and you couldn't?
Yeah, don't remember that.
And so that we're clear, when you saw these 2 cars, sir, point again to People's 26 and show us generally where you were the time you saw these cars.
About there, about here, about there.
All right. And the cars were going down Bundy, south on Bundy?
Yeah.
All right. And did you see any other car at any point?
Yeah, when I was looking there, I saw from the west side of Dorothy, That's the side of the Nicole's condo.
Yes.
Came out of the darkness a white car
All right.
into the light, in the street light on the corner.
Which direction was that car going?
It came from Dorothy, from this side, and it stopped here on the corner of Dorothy and Bundy.
All right. And did that car make a turn, or did it go up Dorothy, or what did it do?
No, it made a turn,
All right. Which direction did it go?
a right turn, and went south.
All right. Are you sure that vehicle went south?
Sure.
And that would be toward Wilshire Boulevard?
To Worcester Way.
And what color was the car?
A very light color, white or something.
It was light or white?
Yeah, white or something.
Did you see that car very clearly?
Yeah, I could clearly see it there.
All right. How far away were you away from the car?
Oh, I would say 50 yards at least.
50 yards?
Yeah,
About 150 feet?
yeah.
And could you see anybody? Could you see whether there was 1, 2, 3 people in that car?
No, nothing.
All right. And why was that? Why couldn't you tell who was in the car?
Distance, I could never see it.
Are you too far away?
Oh, yeah.
Could you describe anything about the person or persons in that car at all?
No.
All right. But is your testimony that car came up Dorothy and then proceeded right to go south on Bundy?
Yeah, I went south on Bundy.
Now, can you describe generally that car and what kind of a car it appeared to be, if you could?
Could it be a wagon, a car, Jeep, light car?
A wagon or Jeep?
Yeah, something around it.
But you can't tell us what kind of wagon or Jeep that was.
No, not really, no.
And to you, it appeared to be light in color?
Could be a Blazer or Jeep Cherokee, something like that.
All right. But you don't know what it was, is that right?
No.
Now, when you talked to the police back early in June of 1994, you told them about seeing this vehicle?
Yes,
All right. Did you ever tell the police that vehicle was heading north?
never, no.
You always told them it was heading south?
South.
So that we're clear, if you proceeded north on Bundy and made a left turn there and going up north on Bundy, would that be going toward Sunset?
Oh, sure.
All right. And south would be going toward Wilton, is that correct?
Right.
And the Rockingham residence that I showed you earlier, that Rockingham residence is which way? Toward north?
North of Sunset.
So you're sure that all these 3 cars that you saw were going right or south on Bundy, is that correct?
Yeah, south.
Do you recall seeing, you may resume your seat now.
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing any other cars that you haven't told us about?
No.
Just the 3 you've now talked about?
Mr. Cochran, I've asked Mr. Heischer now twice to allow you to finish asking your questions. You're going to have to be a little more precise in how you ask your questions. Mr. Heischer, please let Mr. Cochran finish asking you the question before you start to answer. Please. All right.
Certainly, Art.
Sorry.
Certainly. Do you recall seeing any other cars that night when you were in the location of Dorothy approaching your house?
No.
All right. So that all you saw that night were the 3 cars you've now told us about?
Right.
All right. After you saw these 3 cars that were heading south on Bundy, where did you next go? Where did you continue at that point?
I continue to go back home.
All right. And then you continued on to your house that you described for us yesterday?
Yes.
And you got back home right about 11 o'clock. Well, strike that. I'll
Sustain.
restate it again. And what time did you get back home?
Well, I stood in front of where I live
Yes.
for a couple of minutes, listened to the commotion of the dogs. They were still barking.
All right.
And all of a sudden they went slower and slower barking, and I went inside.
All right. And what time was that?
Well, it was about 11 because I turned the TV on the local channels, and the news was just starting, was just announcing the news, the local channel.
All right. Now, you've come here today and yesterday pursuant to subpoena from the defense,
Yes.
and you don't prefer one side of this lawsuit over the other, do you?
No, not at all.
Sustain.
Are you here to favor either side in this case at all?
Not at all.
Why are you here?
To tell the truth, what I saw and what I heard.
Have you told us the truth here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for coming.
Mr. Darden.
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Heischer.
Good morning, Mr. Darden.
This is the second time we've said good morning to each other. Is that correct?
Did this, yes, exactly. We did just before.
When we came into court this morning, we greeted
Right.
each other?
Yes.
Okay. Did I understand you to testify, Mr. Heitstra, that when you arrived at the end of the alley at Dorothy, that you saw a vehicle at the corner of Dorothy and Bundy?
When I walked up the street, a few houses, and then I looked back toward Bundy, and then I saw one of the cars coming down from the west side of Dorothy.
Okay. Now, Nicole Simpson's condo is on the west side of Bundy, is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay. And Dorothy is just a little bit south of Nicole Brown's condo?
exactly.
Okay. And so the vehicle that you saw then was going west toward Bundy, right?
Yeah, it came to Bundy.
Okay. The vehicle stopped at Bundy?
Yes.
Okay. And this vehicle, Mr. Heitstra, it was white, wasn't it?
Oh, I'm white. Yeah, very light. Very. I
It
would
was a
say white.
sport.
I would say white.
Okay. It was a sport utility vehicle, wasn't it?
A sport?
Yeah.
No, it was like a Jeep or a wagon car.
Okay. A four-wheel drive sort of vehicle?
Probably, yes.
It wasn't a car, was it?
It was a car, yes.
Well, was it a car in the sense that it was like a van or a truck?
No, it was like a wagon car, Jeep-like car.
Okay, well, when you talked to the police initially, you told them that you thought that the vehicle might be a Blazer. Is that correct?
Yeah, they asked me if it was a Blazer. It looks like a Blazer car.
And it did look like a Blazer.
Yeah, that size of car was it.
I'm sorry?
That kind of size, the size of the car was like a Blazer.
Ford Blazer?
Yeah.
Sustained. Just
Okay.
leading.
I'm sorry. A Chevy Blazer?
I don't
You
know
need
for
to
you, but
stand the objection. Thank you. Sustained.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So phrase the question.
Okay, and a Blazer is made by Chevrolet?
yes, I guess so.
And you also said that it resembled a Ford. Is that correct?
Don't recall that.
Well, did you tell the police that the vehicle resembled a Ford Bronco?
Never.
Overruled.
I said it looks like a wagon. I've told them. A wagon, a Jeep-like car.
Didn't you tell the police that the vehicle looked like a Ford Bronco?
No. No, sir.
Overruled.
No, sir.
Were you interviewed by the police, Mr. Heitstra?
Yes.
And before we get to that, Mr. Heitstra, you've talked to other people about the vehicle that you saw at Bundy and Dorothy that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
You talked to a reporter from Channel 2, didn't you?
Yes.
And didn't you tell that reporter from Channel 2 that the vehicle looks like a Ford Bronco?
I don't recall that. I said it must be a van, a Jeep, or a wagon.
Did you tell the reporter that the vehicle looked like a Ford Bronco?
Don't recall that.
Are you saying that you did not, or are you saying you just don't?
I don't
remember if you
recall. I
did?
don't recall, really. I don't recall.
Did you see yourself on the news this past Monday night, Mr. Heitstra?
Just a little shot, yeah, I saw.
Okay. And did you see yourself on the news discussing whether or not the vehicle looked like a Ford Bronco?
No, I just saw just a shot of it when I came home.
And you know someone named Patricia, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. And Patricia works at a veterinarian's office?
Right.
And she is also French, is that correct?
Yeah, she's French.
And you speak French,
I do.
and she speaks French,
Yes.
and you've talked to Patricia
Yes, we talk to each other.
about your observations that night, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you tell Patricia that the vehicle resembled a Ford Bronco?
I told that it was like a wagon car, big, like a Jeep.
Did you tell Patricia that the vehicle looked like a Ford Bronco?
Overruled.
Like a Blazer car. Might have said maybe a Bronco, maybe I don't recall that.
In your opinion, does a Chevy Blazer and a Ford Bronco resemble each other?
They resemble each other, I would say so, yes.
And you do detail cars, is that right?
Right.
And do you detail a Mercedes-Benz for a man named Mr. Field?
Yeah.
You've talked to Mr. Field about your observations, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And didn't you tell Mr. Field that the vehicle you saw was a Ford Bronco?
It could have been a Blazer or Ford Bronco. They resemble.
Mr. Heidstra,
Yeah.
please, sir. Did you tell Mr. Field that the vehicle you saw looked like a Ford Bronco?
I might have said that, but I've said like it was a Blazer. Could be a Blazer too.
Mr.
I
Heidstra,
don't know exactly.
did you tell Mr. Field that the vehicle appeared to be a Ford Bronco?
Oh, I might have said that probably, but I don't recall that. I said.
You say you might have said that, Mr.
I
Heidstra?
might have said that he understood that I said that it was a Bronco, but I could have said that it's like a Blazer or Jeep car, a
Did you-
light color car.
Did you use the word Bronco during your conversation with Mr. Field when you described the vehicle you saw?
I don't know. Oh, it might be a long time ago. I don't recall that. Don't recall that at all.
You have given us a detailed account of your walk that night. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And have you attempted to be detailed in your account of what you saw and heard that night?
can you repeat it again, please?
Have you attempted to provide us with a detailed
Exactly,
account?
yes.
And you've tried to be as accurate as you could possibly be. Is that correct?
I tried to.
Now, the vehicle that you saw make that right turn from Dorothy on to Bundy, that vehicle had tinted windows, didn't it?
Yeah, it looks like tinted windows, yes.
And it had a chrome bumper on the back?
I couldn't see the back. It's too big distance.
Okay. Did you ever tell anyone that it had a chrome bumper on the back, Mr.
I've never
Heidstra?
said that to anybody. Not that I remember.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I never saw that. I could never see that from the distance.
Okay. So the vehicle was white and it had tinted windows.
Overruled.
Okay.
Phrase your question, Counsel.
And this vehicle that you saw, when it made that right turn onto Bundy, did you hear the tire screech?
No, that's accelerated fast, but I didn't hear the tires. No.
It accelerated fast?
Pretty fast, yeah.
And you noticed that, didn't you?
I did notice that, yes, sure.
And did you consider that unusual at the time?
Overruled.
No, I thought the person was in a hurry, maybe, or something like that.
But did you wonder if that person was in a hurry?
Yeah, it looks like that he was in a hurry.
Did you wonder why that person was in a hurry?
Why?
Yes.
No. I don't know. I don't know the driver. I don't know.
Okay. So when this white vehicle that looked like a Bronco with tinted windows,
Sustain. Sustain. Rephrase the question.
did the vehicle look like a Bronco?
I said it again, like a Blazer. Could have been a Bronco, maybe. I don't
Oh,
know.
excuse me. Mr. Heidstra, when you hear an objection, don't answer the
Sorry,
question. Let the attorney finish asking the question before you start your answer. Pull the microphone close to you, please. Thank you. All right, rephrase the question.
Mr. Heidstra. You testified a little while ago that you are not here to favor either side in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have some financial interest in the outcome of this case, Mr. Heidstra?
Not at all. Not at all.
You planning on making some money by testifying in this case, Mr. Heidstra?
Not at all.
Didn't you tell Patricia Barrett, is that how you pronounce her last name, Barrett?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. Didn't you tell Patricia Barrett that when this case is finished, you're going to make a lot of money?
I didn't say that.
Didn't you tell her
A
that?
lot of money and everything. So
And did
maybe
you-
it's something might come out of it, but I never said a lot of money on that thing.
So you think you might make some money as a result of testifying in this case?
Maybe, I don't know.
And you could use a few dollars, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. The apartment that you live in is located on Dorothy?
Right.
Okay. And where in the building is your apartment located?
In the front.
Okay. Now, you mentioned something yesterday about a sub-garage.
It is sub garage, yeah.
Okay. Is your apartment located in the sub-garage?
Right.
And your apartment is a one-room apartment, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you live in that apartment with your two dogs,
Yeah.
your two elderly dogs?
Yeah.
You live there alone
Alone, yes.
with the two dogs?
Right.
And you lived there for 17 years alone with those two dogs?
Yeah.
And the only kind of work you do is washing cars and detailing cars, is that correct?
Yes.
Hold. Never mind.
I mean, and not to demean you, but that is just how you make your living.
Yes.
You have dreams of one day having a lot of money, don't you?
Sustain.
Well, you have a desire,
Everybody, I guess, would have dreamed to have money.
okay? And you have a desire to one day have enough money to purchase a Rolls Royce, don't you?
No. I don't like Rolls Royces.
Now, Mr. Field is a prominent businessman, is he not?
I guess so, yeah.
Didn't you tell Mr. Field that as a result of this case that you expected to make enough money to purchase a Rolls Royce?
Never said that. And I'm not interested in Rolls Royces in the first place. Maybe another car, maybe. That could be it.
Well, the car that you have now is a 63 Corvette,
No, 72 Corvette.
72 Corvette, in poor condition, right?
Pardon?
And it's in poor condition, is that right?
Important?
Poor condition.
Yeah, it's in poor condition. I'm sorry.
So you could use a new car.
Yeah, I wish I had it.
Now, Patricia Barrett, she works at the veterinarian's clinic, is that right?
Right?
And you come in from time to time with your dogs?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also wash the cars there for some of the people?
For the doctor, yes.
Okay. So you wash cars in exchange for veterinarian services?
No. They pay me with a check always.
Okay. Okay. And so while you're there on occasion, you talk to Patricia Barrett, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go there every week?
Every other week.
Okay. And you and she talk just about every other week, is that correct?
Not much. She's in the front office and I'm in the back doing the car.
But you always talk with her about the case, don't you?
Sometimes when it comes up, not all the time.
And when you speak to Miss Barrett about the case, you always speak to her in French.
Well, she starts speaking French always to me, so I answer in French with her.
You testified that you do some work for the Salingers, is that right?
All right.
And they live next door to OJ Simpson?
Right.
Okay. And the Salingers have a maid, is that correct? Or they had a maid?
They had it made, yeah.
And that maid's name was Rosa Lopez, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And Rosa Lopez is someone who is on the defense witness list, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And you have spoken to Rosa Lopez.
Oh, yes. A long time ago.
Sure. You spoke to her about the case, is that correct?
Yeah, we talked.
Okay. And in response to Mr. Cochran's questions, you told us that you met me on Memorial Day.
I met you on Memorial Day, yes.
Okay. And you talked to Detective Payne, was it, on other occasions?
Well, that's a long time ago I talked to him.
Okay. But I wasn't the first prosecutor to come out to your house and speak to you, was I?
No, it was Mr. Payne when the murders happened that he came to my door.
Okay. Have you ever met Mr. Hodgman out there?
Yes, I met him once.
And you understand that Mr. Hodgman is with the DA's office?
Yes.
And did you go on a walk with Mr. Hodgman?
No, never.
So both Mr. Hodgman and myself have been out to your house, is that right?
Well, Mr. Hodgman, I met him. He passed by with Mr. Payne in a car,
Okay.
and I was walking my dogs.
Okay. And Mr. Stevens, He's an investigator for my office.
Yeah,
He's been out to your house a couple of times.
never.
He was out there with me, is that correct?
That's the first time.
So all in all, then you've had, what, 4 visits then from police officers or prosecutors in this case?
Yeah, Mr. Payne, he must have done 3 times or something, 3 times.
But you've also had visits from other lawyers, haven't you?
From whom?
You've been visited by other lawyers in this case, is that correct?
Lawyers?
Yes.
I don't recall, no.
Well, you know F. Lee Bailey?
Oh, yes. I met him, sorry.
You understand that he's a lawyer?
I have.
Have you met him at your house?
Not in my house,
Okay. But you met him somewhere else, is that correct?
right?
Where did you meet him?
I met him down the street on Bundy and Dorothy. He was there with the investigator.
And you spoke to Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, we introduced him to Mr. Bailey.
Okay. But you spoken to Mr. Bailey on a number of occasions, is that correct?
Never, no. Only one time.
Only one time?
One time.
Okay. Who was the investigator that was with Mr. Bailey when you spoke?
Mr. McKinnon.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. McKenna?
Oh, about 4 or 5 times at least.
Okay. And you and Mr. McKenna had a little experiment going out there at Bundy, didn't you?
The time I met Mr. Bailey?
Oh, how about that time? Did you and Mr. McKenna run a little experiment out there?
No. He came to my door and introduced me to Mr. Bailey.
Oh, Mr.
Down
Bailey
the street. Mr. McKinnon.
Mr. McKenna came to your door
Yeah.
and he asked you to walk down to the end of the block and meet
Right,
Mr.
right,
Bailey.
right.
You testified yesterday that you heard a gate slam. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you heard that gate slam, well, you say you heard that gate slam. You heard a gate slam.
Right.
And when you heard that gate slam, could you just show us where you were exactly when you heard that gate slam?
Here.
Now, could you just keep it pointed there and come around to the other side?
Sorry.
Okay, show us again, please. Okay. So you're in the alley, is that correct?
Right.
In the middle of the alley?
Yeah, just see on the side there, just by the concrete.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
Could you step back up and repeat your answer? My question was, were you in the middle of the alley?
No, just on the side there, not in the middle. I don't recall that exactly. I was standing there.
All right, Mr. Darden, you're referring to defense exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit 1239.
Thank you.
And Mr. Heidstra, this alley is east of Bundy, is that correct?
Yes.
So you're in the alley, right?
Right.
Between you and the alley is strike that, between you and Bundy, there's a garage, is that correct?
Yeah, that's a garage from the lady, yeah.
And that garage was in front of you when you heard the gate slam?
Right.
And beyond the house, the garage, or just beyond the garage, and west, going west toward Bundy, there's a house, is that correct?
Yeah, beyond the garage is on the, yeah, there's a house there.
Okay, so there was a garage and a house between
Right.
you and that gate.
Exactly.
And then beyond the house, there's the sidewalk, is that correct?
Yeah, it's on a higher level ground than Nicole's property. So you can hear the sound even better there.
Okay, so then there's a garage, a house, and a
Right.
sidewalk between you and that gate at 875 South Bundy.
Right.
And then there's a street, isn't there?
Yeah, there's Bundy, yeah.
Okay, and that's a fairly wide street, is it?
Yeah, 2 lanes, it's a pretty wide street here.
Okay, and then on the opposite side of Bundy, which would be the west side of Bundy,
Right.
there's also grass and a sidewalk.
Yeah, but it's not very big sidewalk, very small.
And the walkway
Yeah.
that leads up to the front of 875 South of Bundy, correct?
Yeah, that comes out there.
And yet it's your testimony that the gate that you heard slammed that night was the gate at 875 South Bundy, Mr. Heidstra?
Sure, because I was just opposite Nicole's condo. And the ground I told you is a higher level. You can hear the sound even better.
Could you hear? Strike that. Could you see the gate at 875 South Bundy?
No, the garage and everything, I could never see it.
There was no way for you to see the gate at 875 South Bundy, was it?
Or will? It's argumentative, though, the way it's phrased.
Okay. Would you agree that it was impossible for you to see the gate from that location?
I could never see the gate now.
Well, how is it then that you formed the opinion that the gate that you heard slam was the gate at 875 South Bundy?
Well, because I passed by with my dogs, and the Akita has been always behind that gate, and I said, boy, that's the gate from the Akita. I was just opposite it.
That's not what you told the police, is it?
Oh, yes, I told them I heard the gate slamming.
You told the police you heard the gate slam?
Yeah, and Mr. Payne said, boy, that must have been Nicole's condo.
And what reason did you give them for forming the opinion that it must have been Nicole Brown's condo?
Because of that commotion with the Akita, and I knew he lived there.
Isn't it true that you told the police, and you talked to the police on June 21 of 1994, is that correct?
Yeah, it must be about that date. Yeah.
Isn't it true that you told the police that in your opinion, the sound of the slamming gate came from Nicole Brown's residence because that is the only one in the area with a large metal security gate?
Well, there is another gate from the neighbors. I guess I have a gate there, but it sounded for me because of that Akita. I knew I said that must be the gate.
There are several gates
Yeah.
located on the west side of Bundy, is that correct?
Yeah, there is more gates there. Yeah,
Several metal gates
metal gates. Yeah.
up and down that street, correct?
Yeah, there's next door. The big condo has one big one, two or something like that, 2, 3 of them.
And there are gates in front of 875 and the adjoining condo, is that
The
correct?
joint, yeah, there's yeah.
And there are gates behind both of those condos, correct?
You mean on the other side and the other side?
Yes.
Yeah, there must be gates there. There are gates too. Yeah.
Would you agree that there are approximately 21 gates,
And
metal gates, on the buildings located on the west side of Bundy between Gorham and Dorothy?
I never counted them.
How many would you say there are?
I just noticed the front gates and on Bundy. That's it.
Now, you understand, Mr. Heistra, we'll strike that. Was it your understanding that the only way you can make money after this case would be if you came here to testify?
No, I've never thought about that. I just come here to tell the truth from the both sides.
Okay, but you do admit that you told other people that you hoped to make some money off this case when it was over.
Well, but I'm saying jokingly we talk about it, like everybody would do. You
But
joke about it. It's joking.
But you did say that, didn't you?
I said that, yes, but not a lot of money. I said some money maybe.
Now, one moment, Your Honor. Okay, let me get that. Mr. Heistra, it's your testimony that you usually walk your dog at 10 o'clock, is that correct?
That's my routine, yes.
But on this particular night, you say you were running a little late.
Yeah, I was reading the paper and I didn't look on the time.
Okay. And so you got up and you left the house.
Yeah, my dog gave me the signal and I look at my watch and it was 10:15.
You looked at your watch?
Yes.
And your watch said 10:15?
Oh, sure, sure. I knew it because I was late. I said, "Go, you're all right. We have to go. It's 10:15."
And when you spoke to the police on June 21, 1994, did you tell them that you looked at your watch before leaving?
Sure.
Or will?
Okay. All right, so it was 10:15 when you walked outside.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you took one of the dogs?
2,
You took both dogs?
both of.
And were those dogs on leashes?
One, the older one, I take on my lead. He doesn't walk too good, so they have to take.
Isn't it true that you never walk your dogs on a leash?
One, and he's never on the leash. The other one is always on the leash because he won't come with me. Simple as that.
So you do always walk one of the dogs on a
The
leash?
older one, because he's too slow, I have to pull him with me.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, about this routine, this 10 o'clock routine that you have in terms of walking the dog, Isn't it true that you walk those dogs at any given time during the night? Is that correct?
No, sir. No, sir.
Isn't it true that you're always outside walking around with one of those dogs?
When I'm home and I don't work, then I might use other times. But when I work, I come at 6 o'clock and I walk them immediately out.
You walk the dogs at least 4 times a night, don't you?
No, sir. I walk them at 6 o'clock, and then at 8 o'clock I walk the younger dog because he needs more exercise. And then at 10 o'clock, then I walk the 2 around the block, a short walk around the block.
Don't you walk the dogs at midnight sometimes
No,
on occasion?
never. Midnight, no, I go to sleep.
So no one could possibly see you then out walking a dog at midnight. Is that correct?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
At any event, you say you left at 10:15,
Sure.
and it was your intention at that time to walk around the block. Is that correct?
Right?
That's the route you usually walk.
Right.
And so as you left your apartment, you went east on Dorothy,
Yes.
then you went down to the corner.
Right.
By the way, strike that. Sometimes you don't actually walk the dog, correct? Sometimes you just let the dogs run around in front of the building, don't you?
The younger one, he stays in front of the building sometimes. He's very disciplined.
And you do that often, don't you?
When I'm home, you let them out. The door's always open for me.
I mean, you let the dogs run around in lieu of taking them for a walk.
Instead of a walk?
Yes.
No.
Okay. All your neighbors complain about you letting those dogs run around in front of the apartment, don't they?
No, he's just in front of my apartment. I never had a complaint from anybody. Never.
Okay. So you leave your building and you walk over to what street did you walk over to?
That night,
Yes.
I went to Westgate.
Okay. You went to Westgate and you made a left and you walked up Westgate, right?
I went north on Westgate.
Okay. And when you got to the corner, what did you do?
On Gorham, I went west on Gorham.
Okay. So you made a left at Gorham and you
Right.
went west.
I went down the block of Gorham.
And you walked over to Bundy, correct?
Right?
And it was as you approached Bundy that you heard a dog barking.
No. It was when I reached the corner of Bundy and Gorham, what comes together. From nowhere, hell broke loose with Akita. From nowhere, he started to bark.
That was the first time that you heard the dog barking.
Oh, yes, I was very surprised. No, and it was so quiet at night as can be around it.
You hadn't heard the dog barking prior to that.
Sometime before, when I walked with my dogs across the street on Bundy, he was barking behind that gate.
Okay, but let's talk about that night, June 13th.
Oh, that night, sorry. Yeah.
You hadn't heard the dog barking prior to your arrival at the corner.
No,
Is that correct?
absolutely.
Okay. Now, was the barking loud?
Oh, yes, he got panicking or something, or confused.
Now, prior to that, we'll strike that. Was the dog barking at 10:10?
I was still in my apartment. I never heard a dog barking at that time.
Okay. And at 10:15, you were approximately a block away from 875 Bundy. Is that correct?
No, 10:15, I left my apartment. 10:15, I was just in front of my apartment.
Okay, so you were about a block away.
A block away, yeah.
Now, you don't know whether or not that dog's bark had been softer prior to 10:30,
No, I never.
Overall.
correct?
I never heard it. No. Never heard a dog barking.
Okay. Have you heard that saying, you know, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make noise?
Object to this poetry.
Overall.
A poor attempt at poetry, if that's what it is. But have you ever heard that saying?
No.
Well, had the dog's bark been softer prior to 10:30,
All right.
you wouldn't have heard it, correct?
That's speculation.
Sustain.
No, I never heard.
Wait. Proceed.
You don't know if the dog had been barking prior to your leaving your house, correct?
No, not at all. I didn't hear nothing.
All you can tell us is when you first heard the dog bark. Is that correct?
Exactly.
You don't know where the dog was at 10:15, do you?
No.
10:15. You don't know whether or not the dog was in front of 875 South Bundy at 10:15.
Not at all. No.
You don't know if the dog was upstairs in the condo with Sydney and Justin at 10:15.
No.
correct?
Overruled.
You don't know if the dog was at the rear gate at 875 South Bundy at 10:15. Is that
No,
correct?
because I just left my apartment. I don't know. No.
Okay. When dogs are in distress, do they make noises other than just barking?
I guess they're wailing maybe or something. You know.
Do they make a noise that sort of sounds like a cry?
Could be. Yeah. Sure.
Sounds a bit like a human cry, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You don't know whether or not that Akita was standing over Nicole's body crying at 10:15, do you?
I'll check if on that question.
Sustained.
And you can't testify to what other people heard. You can only testify to what you heard. Is that correct?
Overruled.
No, that was the only one I've heard that.
I'm sorry.
I was there. I was the only one who heard that. The dog.
Well, my question to you is this. You can't testify to what other people may have heard. You can
Oh
only
no,
testify.
sorry, no.
Now, you didn't see anyone walking on Gorham and Bundy, did you?
Nobody was very quiet there.
You didn't see a woman in white pants walking at Gorham and Bundy?
No, I didn't see anybody.
Did you see a Nissan make a U-turn?
Where on Bundy?
Yes.
No, there was
about
no
on
traffic at all. There was no traffic at all.
No traffic at all.
When I came down from Gorham, no, nothing.
Okay. No vehicle traffic.
Not that I recall, no.
No pedestrian traffic.
Not at all.
Okay. You didn't see two women standing outside talking about how eerie the night was
On Gorham, you said? Or on Bundy?
on Bundy.
No, because I just arrived on Bundy. I didn't go on Bundy.
How about on Gorham?
No, nobody was there. I didn't see anybody.
I take it that your dogs bark on occasion.
Yeah, sometimes somebody's on the door.
Okay. And has it been your experience that dogs bark and then stop and then bark again?
Overruled.
They bark and they stop sometimes. Sure.
And then they continue to bark. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was an unusual barking.
And the barking that you heard, it sounded as if the dog was in distress, didn't it?
He was surprised, a surprised dog, confused, I would say. That's something like that.
Now, did you ever tell Mr. Bailey that you hope to make money as a result of testifying in this case?
No,
Did you tell Mr. McKenna that?
no.
Now, you told us that you reached Bundy, you heard the Akita,
Yeah.
turned around, and you proceeded down the alley. Is that correct?
Yeah, I decided to go in the alley.
And as you walked south down that alley, you say you heard voices.
Sure.
Now, the first voice that you heard, how did you describe that voice yesterday?
It was, hey, 3 times.
Okay. And did you say that that voice sounded like the voice of a young man?
It was a clear voice, yes. It was like a clear voice.
Did the voice sound like the voice of a young man?
Don't know how young that could be.
Overruled.
Can I answer?
No,
Yes.
the answer, he's given an answer.
Okay. I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. Sure. Didn't you tell us yesterday that the voice was a youthful voice?
Yeah, it sounds like a young voice.
Okay. And when you heard that voice, you thought that that was the voice of a young white male, didn't you?
Overruled. Overruled. Counsel overruled. Sit up. The way the question was phrased, if there's a question or a statement that was made that says that, that's an appropriate question, counsel. Proceed.
The voice sounded like the voice of a white male.
How could I say that's a white male? I don't know the voice. Could be anybody there.
Did you ever tell Mr. Stevens, my investigator, that it sounded like a white man?
No,
Never said that?
I don't not recall that at all. I said it was a clear voice, but never what kind of white or brown or yellow.
And then there was that second voice, correct?
Right.
And that second voice, that voice sounded deeper than the first voice, didn't it?
A little bit, but I couldn't hardly hear it. With the dogs, the commotion of the two dogs there, it was very short.
Did you ever tell anyone that the second voice was a deep voice?
It was deep. It was deeper than the other ones. Than that hey, hey, hey.
Okay, so the second voice then was deeper than the first one.
Yeah, a little deeper. Couldn't hardly hear it. It was just very short.
And the second voice that you heard, did it sound to you as if the person with the second voice was older than the person with the first voice?
Sustained. Foundation.
Can you tell us whether or not the second voice sounded more mature than the first voice?
Sustained.
I couldn't say that.
Hold on.
The second voice that you heard sounded like the voice of a black man. Is that correct?
Sustained. Sustained.
Of course not. I don't.
Wait. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would you step into the jury? All right, Mr. Heisler, you can step down. Mr. Darden, where are you going with this?
Your Honor, can we have Mr. Hatcher step out, please?
Mr. Heisler, I want you to wait outside.
Thank you for the opportunity to explain my position, Your Honor. Your Honor, in the discovery we just provided the defense, and in a statement Patricia Barrett gave to Detective Tom Lang, she told Detective Lang that Heitstra told her that he heard what sounded to him to be a young man holler, hey, hey, hey. Heitstra had then stated that he heard the very angry screaming of an older man who sounded black. You see? And that is a good faith basis upon which I am asking these questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Cochran?
First of all, we've never seen that statement, and the reason I stood before I resent that statement, you can't tell by somebody's voice whether they sounded black, and I don't know who's made that statement, whether Barrett or Lang or whoever said it, but I resent it, because that's a racist statement. You can't tell by listening to someone whether they're black or white or whatever. I don't think you can tell whether somebody's young. You can tell if it's a child or not. But I resent that entire area, and I think it's entirely inappropriate. And we've never seen any statement to that regard. He walked over and handed Mr. Douglas a reported report from Ms. Barrett. But this statement about whether somebody sounds black or white is racist, and I resent it. And that's why I stood and objected. And I think it's totally improper. In America, at this time, in 1995, we have to hear this and endure this.
I didn't make a statement, Your Honor.
Well, may I say one thing, Your Honor? When I had a question about how Mr. Darden conducted himself on that morning, I approached the bench before I asked in front of the jury, because I think dignity and integrity require that. But to ask that question in front of the jury, I think is totally, totally improper. And that's, we had said back in chambers when this case started, to try it appropriately when there was a question, a questionable area, we had promised you that we would approach the bench on those things. Did we not do that?
We did.
And we've kept that word. And they didn't do that, Your Honor. They violated it again. And so I resent that.
I've always considered the question of race in this case to be a questionable issue, Your Honor. However, this is the witness's statement, and if the statement is racist, then he is the racist, not me. Okay?
I didn't say
and
he was
clearly,
Wait.
I mean, but that's what you're suggesting, and that's what, has created a lot of problems for my family and myself. Statements that you make about me and race, Mr. Cochran.
Well, you
and I
stop
would
doing
indicate to
these
the
things.
court.
Wait. I'm going to take a recess right now because I'm so mad at both of you guys. I'm about to hold both of you in contempt. We'll take 15. If I see this conduct again from either of you two,
I apologize.
it'll take more than that. Happens, there will be severe sanctions. The issue before the court is whether or not prosecution can attempt to impeach Mr. Heister. Mr. Heister, would you step outside, please? Issue before the court is whether or not the prosecution can attempt to impeach Mr. Heister's testimony with statements alleged to have been made to other persons that are inconsistent with his statement to the jury here in court. Under 1235 of the Evidence Code, there's required compliance with Evidence Code Section 770 that the person be confronted with and challenged or not released, one or the other. And that appears to be the process that I've seen here. To wave the racism flag at this point, I think, is not germane to the topic. The issue is, was this statement made? Content of the statement, however repugnant, depending on what your interpretation of the statement may be, is not particularly relevant. I've allowed the same type of impeachment for Detective Furman. All right, let's have Mr. Heidstrup. All right, Mr. Heister, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good morning again, Mr. Heister.
Morning, Judge.
I want you to understand, I'm not mad at you, but I have several things on my mind.
Sure.
Would you please let the attorneys finish asking the question before you start to answer? Take a breath.
Abstain is no talking. Shut up.
Correct. All right. Let's have the jurors, please.
Could I have some water?
Briefly, off the record? Okay.
Just a moment.
Okay. I just-
Foundation, by placing this, the red statement on the Alamo.
I don't think so.
No?
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, from time to time, things occur that make it necessary for me to immediately discuss things with the attorneys. I want you to understand that you should ignore any such actions taken by the court. You should not interpret that as an indication that the court has an opinion as to the conduct of the attorneys or as to any of the witnesses who are testifying. Ignore any actions that the court takes. You are to form your own opinions based upon the evidence and the law as is presented to you here in court. Mr. Darden, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have people's next in order? And I have here a one-page statement, maybe marked People's 500.
People's 500.
Mr. Heistra, let me show you statement, single-page document, which has been marked People's 500. And for the record, Your Honor, I have blackened out the address and phone number of the
Thank you.
person indicated in the statement. Please.
Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Heistra, you've already testified that you know Patricia Barrett, correct?
No, correct.
And you have discussed with her in the past your observations and perceptions the night of June 12, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Heistra, did you tell, let's strike that. You've told us that you left your house at 10:15.
Right.
Did you tell Ms. Barrett that you left your house a little after 10?
No. 10:15.
You never told Ms. Barrett that you left your house a little after 10?
No, never.
And you've told us that, we'll strike that. Did you tell Ms. Barrett that the first voice that you heard, the voice that yelled, hey, 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 did you tell Ms. Barrett that that voice seemed to be the voice of a young man?
We are clear young men. It sound like a young adult.
And in response to hey, hey, her, you heard another voice, is that correct?
Very short, yes.
Okay. And that second voice, was that voice loud?
Not loud, not very loud. No.
But you could hear it.
Yeah, over the dogs, the commotion of the dogs.
Okay. And could you determine whether or not the second voice that you heard sounded angry?
Couldn't say that for sure. It was like an argument or something.
Well, didn't you tell Ms. Barrett that the second voice that you heard sounded very angry?
Not very angry. I said it was an argument, like an argument. Fast talking.
Okay. Now, like everyone, I'm sure you've heard a number of different people speak. Is that correct?
Yes.
Older people, correct?
Sure.
Young people,
Children,
Caucasian people.
black people, Chinese, you name it.
The second voice that you heard, could you tell whether or not that second voice sounded like the voice of an older man?
Maybe, what do you mean about older men? Maybe older than the other person? Maybe, yes, could be.
Okay. Well, was it your opinion that the voice of the second man belonged to a man older than the voice of the first man?
Could be an older man, yes.
Okay. And you told Ms. Barrett that the second voice was the voice of an older man, didn't you?
Yeah, it's not being wrong.
You did tell her that. And were you able to determine the ethnicity of the person who you say was the second voice?
Oral.
No.
Isn't it true that you told Patricia Barrett that the second voice of the, which would be the older man, sounded black?
Never said that. No, never said that ever. I couldn't hear that with the noise.
I think we need to approach for a moment, Ron.
All right, with court order.
right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you told us earlier, Mr. Heidstra, that you had on occasion done some work for the Salingers, correct?
Oh, yes, regular.
And on the exhibit up here, which is Defense 1239, I believe, the Salinger residence is to the right of the photograph.
Exactly.
And directly next door to the defendant's home on Rockingham. Is that correct?
Right.
And how long have you been working for the Salingers?
Oh, 6 years at least.
And how many times a week would you go up to the Salingers' home to wash or detail their cars?
Every other week, something.
Okay. So you've been going up there every other week for 5 years?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, had you ever met the defendant, Mr. Simpson? That is prior to June 12, 1994?
You mean Rosa Lopez?
No. The defendant, Mr. Simpson.
Oh, sorry.
Had you ever met him? That is prior to June 12, 1994?
No, I saw him once in the yard, one time in the yard, but never talked to her.
Okay. You'd be working out in the yard sometimes, is that right?
I work in the garage there next to Mr. Simpson's house.
Okay. The garage is directly next to Mr.
Yeah,
Simpson's
just next
house?
to Mr. Yeah.
Now, you have to let me finish talking, otherwise she won't get us both down. And even though you only saw Mr. Simpson once, were there other occasions where you heard his voice?
Never, no.
You never heard Mr. Simpson's voice prior to June 12, 1994?
Never.
But you watch a lot of television, though.
Some sports.
You watch the news
Yeah.
and have... watched sports over the years, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what are your favorite sports?
Soccer, what we call football in Europe.
Okay, anything else?
Oh, yeah, ice hockey, basketball.
American football?
Boring.
When you see baseball.
You're right, John.
Over the years, have you watched Hertz commercials?
No,
Have you ever seen any infomercials on television?
not that I remember. I'm not interested in that.
So your testimony then is that you've never heard the defendant's voice prior to June 12, 1994.
No, I never watched football. So doesn't interest me.
Have you heard the defendant's voice on anything else?
Maybe I heard one. Maybe the Hertz commercial. I might have heard one time or something.
Okay. Well, you recall that those commercials involving the defendant for Hertz used to run rather often, correct?
Yeah,
They were everywhere.
2 or 3 times. I don't remember.
And the defendant would talk in those commercials. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
And you can recognize the defendant's voice if you hear it, can't you?
Yeah, I can recognize him. Probably. Probably.
May I proceed? Your Honor?
Proceed.
You recognize the voice that you heard, the second voice as the defendant's voice, didn't you?
The second voice I heard in that alley
Yes, the voice of the older man, the
No.
very angry voice.
could not recognize it. It was too much noise with the dogs. So how can I recognize the voice? I don't know the man.
Mr. Heidstra, didn't you tell Patricia Barrett that the voice that you heard was the voice of the defendants?
Never ever said that.
Didn't you tell Patricia Barrett, quote, I know it was OJ, it had to be him, unquote?
I never said that. Absurd. Absurd.
And didn't you tell Miss Barrett that exact same thing in July of 1994?
I said that to her July.
Didn't you?
I never said that to her. Never, ever. To nobody I've said that.
Yesterday when you were testifying, you told us that you first heard the dog barking at about 10:30 or 10:35. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And after you said 10:30 or 10:35, Mr. Cochran asked you a series of...
Overruled.
And after you first said 10:30 or 10:35, Mr. Cochran asked you a series of questions about what you heard at 10:35. Is that correct?
What I heard 10, yes, exactly. Yeah.
And so when you testified yesterday that you first heard the dog barking at 10:30 or 10:35, what you meant to convey to us was that you were giving us an approximate time. Is that correct?
Oh, that question, this is what you said yesterday.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Yes, it was about that time,
Okay.
between 10:30 and 10:35.
Okay. You didn't know the exact time that you first heard the dog barking, did you?
No, exactly on the minute. No.
You didn't look at your watch when you first heard the dog barking.
No,
Okay. By the way, how many watches do you wear?
just one. That's enough.
And after you heard that dog barking, sometime around 10:30 or 10:35, right?
All right.
No. You already testified that you don't know whether the dog had been barking earlier. This is just the first time that you heard the dog barking,
That's the answer.
Overruled.
correct?
Yes.
Then you backed up and you walked down the alleyway,
Right.
right?
Right.
Then you heard the two voices.
Yes.
When you heard these voices, you didn't hear three voices?
Two voices.
You didn't hear the voices of three men?
Not I heard only two voices.
Just two.
Two voices.
And you continue to walk down the alleyway. Is that correct?
I stopped to listen to the voices for
Now-
a minute.
Now, to go back to the time for a moment, when you met me on May 29, 1995, that's Memorial Day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You told my investigators, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Thompson, that you heard the dog barking at 10:30. Is that correct? Is that correct?
10:35, 10:30, 10:35. Something.
But didn't you tell them that you heard the dog barking at 10:30?
Don't recall that.
Do you recall telling them 10:30 and not qualifying that in any shape or form?
That's the answer.
Oh. About 10:30, 35. Might have said 10:30, but it was 10:30 and 10:35.
It could have been 10:25 or 10:30, couldn't it?
No. Never said that.
You never said that.
25, no.
You never said 10:25.
No.
But you never checked your watch
That's the
after you left the house, correct?
answer.
Overruled.
You never checked your watch after you left the house, did you?
No.
Now, the clock that you looked at when you noted it was 10:15 before leaving the house, where is that clock located?
Not the clock, my watch.
You looked at your watch.
This watch, yes.
And that's a nice watch. Can I just see it for a moment? And that's a Peugeot sports watch, right?
Yes.
And when prior to June 12, 1994, had you set the watch?
It's a battery. I never set it. It goes automatic. I
You never set the watch?
No, never.
What about daylight savings time? When that occurs to you?
Well, that might have happened. Yeah, I had to change it.
Okay, so you do reset the watch sometime.
Well,
And that watch that you're wearing, that's not a digital watch, is it?
no.
And that watch doesn't have the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 around the face of it, does it?
No.
It has some thin lines.
Yeah, right.
Right? And so when you tell us that you heard the dog barking at 10:30, that's an approximation, isn't it?
10:30, 10:35. Around that time.
Could it have been 10:29 or 10:34?
No. Well, it could be just a little before, maybe, yes, but
Okay.
I know my walk with the dogs.
Okay. Is that what you're basing this timing on? Your walks with the dogs?
Exactly as a routine. I do it for years, and I know exactly the time.
Doesn't it only take you 10 minutes to walk to that alley with the dogs?
Where?
10 minutes. Doesn't it usually only take 10 minutes to get to that alley when you walk your dogs?
With my old dog who has arthritis, how could I do that? It's impossible.
Are you walking around the block, right?
Around the block, yes.
Okay. You're not walking to Santa Monica or someplace like that.
No. The dog take me a long time. The investigator, you saw my dog, didn't you?
Let me ask you this if I can. Since you work next door to the defendant's home at Rockingham, you've driven to the Salingers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right next door to the defendant's house, right?
Right.
You can drive from your house to the defendant's house in 4 minutes.
Not during the week.
But how about on a Sunday night?
No, sure, no foundation.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. Well, the traffic is fairly heavy during the week,
Sure.
but that night, that Sunday night, the traffic was very light, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the night was very quiet.
Right.
Not much traffic on the street at all, right?
No, no, no.
Oh, no other cars other than that? Well, you saw 2 cars in this white
Right.
vehicle.
Yeah.
Would you agree that someone leaving that intersection at Dorothy and Bundy could drive to 360 Rockingham in 4 minutes or less?
Object, form that, cross speculation.
Overrule. Overrule.
If he's speeding, yes, maybe he could do that, yeah.
And the white vehicle that you saw accelerated rapidly as it turned the corner. Is that correct?
Object, form that question. States, testimony is.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Okay. How would you describe the way the white vehicle took off when it made that right turn at Dorothy and Bundy?
It stopped quickly, and then it accelerated quick into Bundy.
Do you usually watch the same news station every night?
No, mostly it's Channel 7, I guess.
And who was doing the news that night, June 12th, on Channel 7?
Don't remember that. I don't know by name the people.
Is that the channel that you watched? That is Channel 7?
It could have been 7, yeah. It should have been 7, yeah.
Well, is that the channel that you watched the night of June 12th?
I'm quite sure it was, yes.
Now, had you watched the basketball game earlier that day?
Don't remember it was a basketball game. I don't remember that.
You do like basketball, though.
I love it.
You don't recall that the Houston Rockets were playing the championship series that day?
Don't recall. No, absolutely not. I like it, but I don't recall that at all. I must have watched it.
And you told us that when you got home, they were just announcing the news. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. They were giving the teaser, sort of letting you know what was coming up on the news that night?
Right, right.
Doesn't that sometimes occur, that is, that teaser, doesn't it sometimes occur before 11 o'clock?
I don't think, no, they were just announcing they were 11 o'clock news.
Well, you just told us that they were announcing what was going to be coming up on the 11 o'clock news. Right?
No.
Overrule. Actually, rephrase the question.
I asked you a moment ago if they were giving a teaser, sort of to let you know what was coming up on the news that night.
No, that was not like that.
And your response to that question was right.
No, then I misunderstood you because it was starting. They announced the news. It's my morning.
So that the record is clear. Didn't you just testify a moment ago that that you saw the teaser on TV when you came into the house?
Yes.
Overrule.
I misunderstood that the news was just starting. It was just how they announced the news.
And
It was not that the news was coming. It was already there.
you don't know who the anchors were that night?
No, no doubt. Don't remember. I don't know the names.
Now, at some point you realized that Nicole Brown had been killed, murdered, over
Sure.
at the condo, correct?
Sure.
Did you go over there and watch and see what the police were doing over there?
No. I heard it in the morning when I was shaving myself double murdered on Bundy. And the helicopters were all over Brentwood.
Did you see police cars when you went outside?
No, I heard only the helicopters. I said, what's going on? What's going on? And then I turned the TV on.
And you knew that you'd been over at Bundy and
Oh, yes, when I turned the TV on and I saw the news and the gate, I was in shock. I said, that's what happened last night.
you realized then that you'd heard someone yelling, "Hey, hey, hey," and the very angry voice of an older black man.
No
correct?
black man, sir.
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Well, you realized that you'd heard someone yelling, "Hey, hey, hey," in a second voice, correct?
Yeah.
And you realized then, I take it, that you heard these noises coming from 875 South Bundy, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that you'd heard this gate slam at 875 South Bundy, right?
Right?
And you knew Nicole Brown lived there, right?
Yeah, I've seen her before there. But
You knew she was murdered, right?
yeah.
You knew the police were investigating the murder,
Right?
and I take it that you went over and you talked to the police.
I didn't talk to the police there, no.
You didn't go over to the police officers and tell them what you'd heard?
No,
You didn't telephone the police station?
no. It came to that Patty, that secretary.
Patricia
She called-
Barrett?
Patricia, sorry. Yeah.
The first person you told anything about this was Patricia Barrett?
No, her boss, the doctor, and he gave it to her, told her because she was a friend of Goldman. She told me, so she called the detectives up that she had somebody who knows had the information, so they.
Do you watch any news stations other than Channel 7?
Yes, some of them are other ones too.
Okay, you watch Channel 9,
Not too much, no.
13, 11?
No, mostly to 2, 4, and 7, and CNN.
Okay. Is it possible that the station you watched that night, that Sunday night, was not Channel 7?
No, I'm not quite sure it was 7.
Now, when you say you're quite sure, you're positive?
Not possible, but it was quite sure. That's always I watch it at night, 7.
Okay. Well, when you say that you're quite sure and not positive, does that mean then that you have some question in your own mind as to which station it was that you watched?
Oh,
No, that's always it's Channel 7 for me to watch it.
Well, if you always watch Channel 7 News,
Most of the time, yes.
if you usually watch Channel 7 News,
Yeah.
then you must know who the anchors are on the weekends, right?
we've asked
Okay.
the question already.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Heidstra, you expected to be called by the prosecution in this case, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought so, they would call me.
And when I say called, you
Subpoena.
expected to be called to testify in this trial as a prosecution witness, is that correct?
Sure.
And when you realized that you were not going to be called to testify, you were surprised, is that right?
Yeah, I was very surprised about it because they called me a crucial witness.
Somebody called you a crucial witness,
Yes,
a critical witness?
crucial witness.
Mr. Bailey called you a critical witness, didn't he?
Don't recall that at all.
Pardon me?
I don't recall that.
Well, don't you have in your possession a letter that Mr. Bailey gave you?
Yeah, that's the letter.
It's an 8.5 by
Yeah,
10 letter.
right. It's in a plastic.
It's a letter from Mr. Bailey to you.
Yeah, it said Robert.
Do you have that letter here with you today?
No,
Did you have that letter laminated, Mr. Heister?
no, they gave it to me like that.
They gave you a laminated letter?
Yeah,
Do you know why?
no idea.
At any event, you expected that you could make some money in this case if you, as a result of this case, if you were called to testify by the prosecution, is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, didn't you tell Mr. Field that someone in the DA's office told you you can make money?
Nobody, DA, no, nobody told me that.
Did no one in the DA's office ever told you you can make money if you testify in this case?
No, I talked only to the Mr. Payne, and he never told me that.
Didn't you tell Mr. Field that someone in the DA's office told you you can make money?
I never told Mr. Field that at all.
Isn't it true, Mr. Heitzer, that after you realized that you wouldn't be called by the prosecution, that you decided that you would do whatever you could to make sure you were called by the defense in this case?
Not at all, not at all.
Well, after I visited you on May 29, 1995,
Yes.
you telephoned the defense, didn't you?
Sure, yes.
And you told the defense that I'd been there.
Sure.
And you told the defense you didn't like me very much.
No, you were not very pleasant with me.
Can I use that word, Your Honor?
Unpleasant?
The other word.
Yes, you may.
You told the defense that you weren't impressed with me.
Not impressed. You were not very pleasant, very cool with me.
You told the defense that I was an asshole. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Hold
did you tell?
Hold on. I want you to confer with Mr. Cochran for a moment.
Thank you. Your witness. I apologize. No, your witness.
Mr. Darden?
Yes. Did you tell Patricia Barrett that you thought I was an asshole?
Never said that at all.
Did you tell Patricia Barrett that you were going to come here and testify?
You want me to answer?
As a witness subpoenaed by the defense?
Yes.
And you were going to help the defendant by your testimony?
Give my testimony. I didn't say help. I said just give the truth, what I know.
You told Ms. Barrett that you expected the defendant to show you his appreciation, didn't you?
Not at all. I was on their side, so I guess they appreciate that I was on their side.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that answer?
That I believe that they appreciated that I was on their side, that I testified for them.
Didn't you tell Ms. Barrett that he, OJ Simpson, is going to kiss you when he gets out of prison?
I don't know where she gets this from. This is absurd. Absurd.
And you told Ms. Barrett that you're going to be his witness, the defendant's witness, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I was on the side of subpoenaed by the defense.
And you told Ms. Barrett that it's because of you that the defendant is going to go free, didn't you?
How do I know that? Could I know that?
And you told Ms. Barrett, quote, I'm going to make money when all of this is finished.
Oh, it's a joke. We tell that. You say, maybe I make some money.
Heistra. Jeez. Regardless of whether you heard the dog bark at 10:35, 10:30, or 10:40, there's still sufficient time for someone to drive from 875 Bundy.
Sustained.
If someone left 875 South Bundy at 10:35, will they have enough time to drive to 360 North Rockingham and arrive by 10:52?
Overall, he's familiar with the two locations.
Yes?
Yes, he could do it, yes.
You could arrive there by 10:45, correct?
Right? Yes.
I have one moment, Your Honor. I'm almost done. And did you read those notes after Mr. McKenna took them?
No.
Did Mr. McKenna record your statement?
I never saw that. No, I don't think so.
Each time that you saw Mr. McKenna, did he take notes?
No.
Is it fair to say that after we failed to call you to testify in our case, that you then decided that you would go over to the defense?
No, they came to me. I never decided myself.
Have you ever had any fights or arguments with Patricia Barrett?
No. Only one thing I don't like from her is that when I come in the office, she speaks always French to me in front of other people who speak English, and I think it's very rude, and I didn't like that at all.
Okay. You're French, and she speaks French to you, and you don't
Yeah,
like
in front of customers and people, and I don't like that at all. It's pretty rude.
And when you spoke to Mr. Thompson and Mr. Stevens, my investigators, and myself on May 29, you told us that the vehicle you saw was a white Bronco or Blazer. Is
I
that
didn't
correct?
say Bronco. It looks like a wagon, Blazer-like car, like I said in the testimony.
And Mr. Field, the man whose Mercedes you detail
Yeah,
detail
right.
that on occasion?
Yeah.
Okay. He lives in Beverly Hills?
In Malibu and Westwood, he has a place.
Oh, he has two homes?
Yeah, he has a condo in Westwood.
And you have spoken to him about your observations that night, is that correct?
Yeah, a long time ago, wasn't it?
And didn't you tell Mr. Field that the vehicle that you saw that night was a white Bronco?
I said a white car, a white Blazer. I never said that. I can't recall that at all. If he interpreted that it was a Bronco, that is his.
I asked you earlier if you'd been interviewed in the medias, and you told me that you had, is that correct?
Pardon?
You've been interviewed for television?
Yeah, earlier on, after the murders.
Were you interviewed this past week?
No,
Have you been interviewed by reporters from Channel 2?
no. Well, a long time ago.
Okay. Who was that?
Oh, that was just after Mr. Cochran mentioned my name in an opening statement of the trial.
Have you been interviewed by newspaper reporters?
Yeah, one Newsweek.
Okay. And you've actually had your photograph in Life magazine?
Yeah, that was a surprise for me.
A photographer came by from Life magazine? and
No,
took
I
your
never
picture?
saw him. He took a picture for me and the dogs, walking the dogs. With Mr. McKenna. We were going around the block for the timing.
Anything else? Your Honor, that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach you?
You may.
Now, while you're down, of course, permission. Thank you very much. In one of Mr. Darden's questions, sir, he asked you this white vehicle that you described.
Right.
And I'm going to go back and ask you what you told the police on June 21st regarding this vehicle. You remember talking to Payne at that time?
Yeah, right.
All right. And at that time, Mr. Darden asked you a question. Was that vehicle, the white vehicle, which was the third in the vehicles you saw,
Right.
was that vehicle going eastbound on Dorothy?
Eastbound, yeah, it came to the Bundy. East, yeah. It came here,
All right.
on this side. So he went east, yeah.
It was going eastbound on Dorothy. So when it got to Bundy,
Right.
in which direction did it turn on Bundy?
It went south on Bundy, made a right turn.
So it made a right turn on Bundy, is that correct?
Exactly. Right away.
All right. And so that if we were to look at the diagram at plaintiff's 26, you're talking about it going eastbound
Stop there, yeah.
and then turning right?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Right.
And sir, is that direction away from Mr. O.J. Simpson's home?
It's away.
All right. You were going to go to O.J. Simpson's home from that location. You wouldn't go down to Wilshire, would you?
I go north, I guess.
You'd go north toward Sunset, isn't that correct?
Right, right.
And that's what you saw, is that correct?
It went south. Yeah.
And that's what you told the police, isn't that right?
Yeah.
All right. You may resume your seat, sir. Now, sir, Mr. Darden asked you a number of questions, and one of the questions he asked you was about a letter or something that you received from Mr. Bailey. You recall that?
Yeah, Mr. McKenna gave it to me, so
Right.
I was submission.
And I'm going to mark this as defendant's next in order, Your Honor, show it to the prosecutor, and then I'd like to mark it down next in order.
1240.
Thank you. Placing a 1240 on this, Your Honor, and I'm going to ask the witness a couple of questions, and then I would like to place it on the elbow, if I might. This, I want to show you whether or not this appears to be a copy of the letter that Mr. Bailey gave to you. It says, "Dear Robert."
Right, right.
Does that appear to be a copy of the letter?
Yeah, that's it.
Signed by F. Lee Bailey?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to place this on the elbow and ask some questions about it.
What I'm checking out is this.
356. Proceed.
Place it on the elbow, please. Now, can you look at that monitor there?
Right.
This is a letter after you were subpoenaed. Mr. McKenna gave you this letter, is that correct?
Yeah,
And do you recall that the letter indicated as follows? Dear Robert, that's your name, right?
that's my name still.
Robert, if you want to
Robert.
speak French.
Très bien.
All right. We would like to thank you very kindly for taking the time to assist us in enabling you to present your testimony in a manner which will afford our jury the best opportunity to comprehend and understand your testimony very clearly. Is that what the letter
Right,
indicated?
exactly.
All
Yeah.
right. Second paragraph, in order to prevent any claim or concern that the testimony of one witness has been influenced by the recollections of another witness, we are requesting that you avoid contact with other witnesses who have information about occurrences in the vicinity of Dorothy and South Bundy between 10 and 11 o'clock p.m. on June 12, 1994. The
All
letter
right.
said that?
Correct.
Indeed, it would be best, if it is convenient in your own particular circumstances, to discuss your recollections of these events with no one but the lawyers and investigators for both sides.
Right.
Your letter said that?
Exactly.
We do not wish to be presumptuous or rude in any way. However, your testimony is so critical to Mr. Simpson's defense, we wish to take every precaution to protect it from any external influences. Is that what it indicated?
Exactly. That's it.
We appreciate your understanding of these circumstances. Is that correct?
Right.
And that letter then was signed by Bailey, F. Lee Bailey, right?
Right.
All right. Now, that's a letter that you got as a witness in this case. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yes.
And did you try and avoid discussing your testimony
Oh, sure.
with other people who had been in and around that area?
Sure.
All right. Now, you've been asked a number of questions by Mr. Darden today, and you asked some questions about a lady by the name of Patricia Barrett. Let's take her first. Is Patricia Barrett a French lady?
She's French. She speaks fluent French. That's what she
Speaks French?
Yeah.
And when you're around her and when you talk to her, is your testimony that she speaks French only?
Yeah, I don't like it.
All right, and you don't like that. And so that when others are around, when she's talking to you, unless they speak French, they don't know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I think that's rude. I don't like that at all.
All right. Now, with regard to Miss Barrett, was she a friend of Ron Goldman's?
She claims that to me.
She claims she's a friend of Ron Goldman.
Yeah.
And with regard to her, since this case happened, June 12th, June 13th, 1994, has this lady sold her story and appeared on...
Sustain.
Oh, and it goes to Ice. Man, have you heard of this? Have you heard of this?
Sidebar.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. Now, with regard to Patricia Barrett, are you aware of whether or not she has, since June 12th, 1994, appeared on some television programs?
She told me that she would be on one of the.
Sustained.
Have you had a conversation with her
Yeah.
about, you can answer this yes or no, about appearing on television shows?
Yes.
And have you had occasion to discuss with her her desire to be on television shows?
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you this. Did she ever tell you whether or not she was going to seek some money?
Sustained. It's hearsay.
All right, thank you. Do you know whether or not Patricia Barrett has appeared on either hard copy or, and that's the question, or, thank you. Do you know whether or not Patricia Barrett has appeared on either hard copy or current affair since the time of these murders on June 12th, 1994?
She told me she would.
Answer stricken, jury's disregard.
Let me ask
Question,
this.
do you have personal knowledge? Did you see the program or anything like that?
I never saw the program.
You never saw the program?
No.
All right. Now, when did you talk to her about appearing on television? Just tell us the approximate time.
Overruled.
What time?
Yeah, when was it approximately when you talked, when she
that's
talked
all.
about appearing on television?
Overruled.
That's a while ago.
All right, do you have an idea when it was?
No, a few months ago. So.
All right. Now, with regard to Ms. Barrett, you had indicated on direct examination, I believe yesterday, that you had told, I guess was it her employer, that you had been in and around the Bundy location on June 12th in the evening hours. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes.
And then, what was that person's name?
Dr. Paul.
Dr. Paul?
Paul, yeah.
All right. And then Ms. Barrett works for Dr. Paul?
All right.
And do you work for Dr. Paul also?
Yes, I want every other week I do his car.
All right. And then you became aware that Ms. Barrett was supposedly a friend of Mr. Goldman's. Is that right?
Right.
And then after that, you were put in touch with these detectives. Is that correct?
Exactly.
And the detective that you first spoke to was whom?
Mr. Payne, plus another one, I don't recall his name, a tall man was it.
All right. And you described that for us yesterday. And I want to ask you some questions about what you said at the time to Detective Payne. First of all, this conversation was it back on or about June 21st of 1994?
Yeah, supposed to be.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
In the sub garage of my
And
apartment.
that's the one that was down in the sub garage.
Yeah, right.
Is that correct?
Right.
And when you talked to Detective Payne, you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure.
And this statement that you gave him was within 9 days of June 12th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that.
All right.
That's around it.
And at that time, you talked as clearly as you could to him. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I would like at this point to mark, this is defendant's next in order, the statement of Mr. Heidstra to Detective Payne.
1241? 1241. 41.
1241. And I want to ask the witness to look at it, and I'd like to place it on the Elmo if I could. May I approach?
You may. Clean copy.
I'll show him this one, and we'll try to get it clean.
All right.
I'm not sure, but maybe get it done.
How can we show them?
That's appropriate, unmarked.
We have one that doesn't have the, I think all our copies have these marked in it, right? Do you have one?
You have a clean copy?
It's your statement 0729.
Do you need additional photocopy made?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
address and phone number off. With,
You may.
1241. I want to just show it. Well, actually, you can still see this black. We're going to have to black it out a little better. But I'll push. Mr. Teichstrom, I want you just to look with me at this two-page statement. Purports to be a statement of an interview conducted by Detective Payne and Parker with you. Does it look like approximately what you said to him, that Mr. Heistra stated that he walks his two dogs on a nightly basis at approximately 2,200 hours at 10 o'clock?
Right.
His route of travel always consists of the same streets, although the direction he takes varies.
Exactly.
On the night in question, Sunday evening, and they have the wrong date in here, June 14th, 1994, he left his apartment with the dogs at about 22:15 hours. Do you indicate that?
Yes, sure.
All right. Then I'll proceed this way rather than Elmo, because the addresses are still there. May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Now, I want you to tell me if what I'm reading to you is accurate, what you told the police officers 12 days after the events of June 12th. You tell them at that time that you walked east on Dorothy to Westgate, then north on Westgate to Gorham.
Right.
That you turn left on Gorham and walk west to Bundy Drive.
Exactly.
That you turn left on Bundy Drive, began walking south. Did you say that?
I was not exactly on Bundy. I reached Bundy.
All right.
They missed.
At Gorham. So that
It's still going, right?
and that part of the statement is wrong.
Yeah, I would say, because I was not in Bundy yet.
Okay.
It comes together. It's very hard to say.
All right. He indicated that Bundy Drive has a large curve in the roadway at that location, and because of that curve, he was unable to see the front of the residence at 975 South Bundy Drive. Is that correct?
Right, exactly.
So from that location at what we call yesterday the fork in the road, up here, you couldn't see the front.
No.
And that's because of this curve that's depicted here
Right.
on People's 26. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, did you go on to say to them that you walk the same route every day and you're familiar with the dogs in the various residences as well as the exterior of the various residences themselves?
Yes, I do so many times.
And is that accurate?
Right.
You told them that?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, that shortly after turning south on Bundy Drive, that part is wrong. You turn in the alley, right?
Yeah, I didn't go on Bundy at all.
Mr. Heistra heard the sound of the Akita dog owned by Nicole Brown Simpson began to bark furiously. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, that the barking was nonstop and the dog appeared agitated. Was that accurate as to what you told me?
That's accurate, yes.
Okay. And you went on to tell the detectives that you were familiar with the sound of the bark of the Akita as it barks frequently when you pass with your two dogs.
Right.
You told them that,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, I told them that.
Okay. All right. And believing that the dog might be possibly loose and a danger to him and his dogs, you then changed your route of travel, and then you turned in an adjacent alley which parallels Bundy Drive and which would take him back to Dorothy Street.
Exactly.
Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, right.
Okay. And then you described that as you reached the alley, you heard this male voice loudly cry, "Hey, hey, hey," then the sound of a large metal gate closing, right?
Yeah, right.
All right.
Exactly.
Now, in the statement when you talked to the police, you didn't talk or say anything at that time about the age of the person who says, "Hey, hey, hey," did you?
No.
It was just a voice that you heard. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes.
And by hearing a voice, I presume you could hear and determine or discern the difference in the voice of a child and an adult, could you?
Right, yes.
But would you agree that it would be difficult to determine the voice of a young adult from an old adult?
Sustained.
All right.
Phrase the question.
Okay, certainly, Your Honor. Are you able to discern always the difference in ages of voices when you can't see the people?
No, that's hard to do. That's
Now, and let me ask the question of race. Are you able to hear a voice and then determine the race of the person?
it's absurd.
It's what?
Absurd. That's, I've never heard that.
All
How
right.
could I hear that?
All right, let's continue on. So you heard this "hey, hey, hey," and then you heard what you believe was a large metal gate closing. Is that correct?
Yeah, one slam.
All right. There was one slam?
That's it.
All right. You went on to tell these police officers, Payne and Parker, that you heard the sounds of two men arguing. Is that right?
It's all right, yes.
But you were unable to discern what they were saying specifically. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you never told Detective Payne anything about one voice being an older man than anyone else, did you?
No, I never.
You never told Detective Payne about one voice being deeper than the other voice, did you?
No. Just two voices I hear.
Two voices. And as you told us here in court, that the dog, who we believe was the Akita, whom you couldn't see, was barking.
Yeah.
And the little black dog was adjacent to the house where you were. Was
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this: was your ability to hear in any way the voices of these persons that you heard in any way affected by any other circumstances?
No.
All right. Well, did you hear any
Excuse
dogs?
me, Excuse me, Mr. Cochran, do you need to be there because you're blocking
Let me just step
view
back.
of the witness?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is he going to continue?
Yeah, I'm continuing the
He's
statement.
going with the statement at this point.
The two dogs that were barking, were they barking at the same time as you heard the voice of these two men?
Yes, loud barking.
And did the dogs barking in any way affect your ability to hear?
Oh, yes, I could hear nothing, almost nothing. Just the two voices, very fast, very quick.
And have you ever at any time told anybody?
I'm sorry, counsel. Did you have the witness pull the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Have you ever at any time told anyone that you heard the voice of a black man?
Never said that.
Now, you went on to tell them, did you not, that all the while the Akita continued to bark nonstop during this period of time, right?
Non-stop, yes.
It's skipping.
Overruled.
All the while the Akita continued to bark nonstop, and in fact continued to bark until about 11 o'clock,
Right.
just like you told us here in court, right?
Sure.
All right. As you went on to tell them that as Mr. Heistra reached Dorothy Street, he looked west and observed a large white vehicle. You were looking back toward Bundy, is that correct?
Exactly, yes.
So when we talk about looking west on this diagram, you described that you're on Dorothy and you're looking back
Down, yeah, west.
toward Bundy, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you told the officers at that time you saw a large white vehicle, right?
Yeah, like a wagon or Jeep or my car.
Okay, and you said it was shaped similar to a Chevrolet Blazer that was parked in your carport.
Yeah, they pointed at the Blazer and they said at the size of the car. And I said, yeah, it looks like the size of the car.
And that's because the interview was under the sub part of your garage, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Then you went on to tell them that this vehicle went south on Bundy Drive and drove from the location at a high rate of speed, right?
Sure.
All right. And you've always indicated that vehicle turned and went south on Bundy toward Wilshire.
Definitely.
Now, when you talk to Detective Payne and Parker, at that time, were you telling them the truth?
Sure, told them the truth.
And were you trying to be a witness for either the prosecution or the defense at that point?
Not at all, just want to give them the information.
Were you trying to make any money at that time off this?
Never did it.
Now, have you had opportunities to sell your story to various tabloids prior to now?
Sure, I never did.
Have you had an opportunity to sell your story to TV programs and do that?
Yeah, I never did.
So the fact that you might not have the newest car in the world, you've not succumbed to selling your story to make some money, have you?
Absolutely not.
And you work hard every day, don't you?
You bet.
Is that honest work?
It's honest work, hard work.
And as you go about, do you do the best you can for your clients?
Sure,
And do you support yourself with that work?
I do. Not easy, but I do.
You work hard to make your money?
You bet. 6 days a week.
You work 6 days a week?
6 days.
And are you proud of what you do?
I'm proud. I'm happy.
And are you happy with your dogs, even though they live with you at that apartment?
Oh, sure. I love it.
You lived at this apartment for how many years?
Oh, 17 years.
So do you like it after 17 years?
I live there still. I must like it somehow.
Now, you were asked a number of questions about your contacts with the defense. Has anybody from the defense ever said anything to you about making any money on this case?
Never.
Have you ever discussed that with anybody from the defense? You never have you?
No, never.
Now, with regard to the times, I'm starting to ask you a series of questions about the times that night. Prior to June 12th of 1994, how many times would you say you walked that route that you took that night in walking your dogs? How many times?
Boy, in these 17 years, I must be hundreds of times.
17 years you've been doing that?
Yeah, well, the dogs are 14, so 14 years.
All right, so the oldest dog is 14. You had the dog since the baby was a baby?
Yeah, sure, it was.
Okay. So the oldest dog is 14 years. So would it be correct to say you've been walking that dog at least for the 14 years or so?
Oh, sure.
You talked to us about age, and I can't go into that anymore. But at any rate, you told us the route. So are you pretty aware of how long it takes for you to walk that route with those two dogs, given their physical condition and given their age?
Oh, sure, they did so long, so many times. I know exactly the time I take every night.
So is there any doubt in your mind that at the time that you first heard the barking of what you think was the Akita, that it was approximately 10:35 in the evening? Any doubt in your mind?
10:30, 10:35, it closed at oral.
There's no doubt in your mind regarding that?
Yeah, just sure.
And then when you moved from one location to the back of the house and the garage that you were shown.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any doubt in your mind that was approximately 10:40?
Yeah, around 10:40. Slow walking back with the dog. I'll repeat it again. It's very slow with him.
All right. There's no doubt in your mind about the time. 10:40.
Around the time, the 10:40.
All right. And then when you got on your street, on Dorothy Street, and you looked back, and you saw this vehicle that you described, this white wagon or whatever you described for us,
Yeah.
or Jeep. When you look back, and that vehicle was turning to go south, did you tell us it was about 10:45 at that point?
Must have been around 10 to 10:45.
All right. Are you pretty clear about that time?
Yes.
And then you went home.
Slowly went back home, yes.
All right. And with regard to the anchors that came on that particular night, do you know the weekend anchors in Los Angeles to identify them by name at
No.
the various television stations?
I don't know. I just.
You just turn the television on to watch the
Yeah,
news?
if somebody tell me the name, I remember maybe. But
All right. So your best recollection is that you were watching ABC Channel 7 that evening?
yeah, mostly, most of the time.
All right. But are you clear that when you got home, that the news was coming on itself? Is that right?
Yeah, it was already on the news. It just started.
And you knew that to make it around 11 o'clock or thereabouts, right?
Just starting 11.
And you had left home because you looked at your watch at 10:15.
Exactly, yes.
When's the last time that you saw Miss Patricia Barrett?
Oh, a few weeks ago. 3 weeks or something like that.
Was that while you were working with?
Yeah, I come always in front to get the keys.
All right, and that's why she's still working for the same gentleman?
She's still there, yeah.
And that's the same gentleman you're working with?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Darden asked you some questions, and you told him at one point that somebody indicated to you that you were a crucial witness, one of the detectives. You remember that?
Yes, Mr. Payne.
Was that Detective Payne?
Detective Payne, yes.
When did he tell you were a crucial witness?
When?
When did he say that to you?
Oh, that was just a little later than when he took me in my interview. He looked at me and said, Robert, you're a crucial witness for us.
All right. And that be around the time of the statement I just read you that took place on June 21st?
Yeah, a little later probably. Too.
All right.
Yeah, met him.
And then remember yesterday we talked about the fact that you came down here to this building and you saw Mr. Hodgman and Ms. Clark in this building. Remember that?
Yeah. Sure.
And at that time, had Detective Payne at that point indicated to you you were a crucial witness?
Yeah.
All right. So you'd already said it by that point?
Yeah, he said it.
All right. And at that time, Mr. Hodgman was coordinating things in this. Strike that. You wouldn't know. Let me strike that. Anyway, Mr. Hodgman was part of the prosecution team.
Sure, I met him, yes.
All right, and it was in his office that you met.
Yeah, he was behind the desk, so I assumed that it was.
And Ms. Clark was there.
Right.
All right. Now, after that, do you recall, I think in response to one of Mr. Darden's questions, you mentioned that You were out walking your dog or dogs at one point, and you saw Detective Payne go by, and you were out on the street?
Yeah, I was walking my dog. They came by with Mr. Hodgman, and they waved at me, and they talked very quick to me in the
Right.
car.
You recognize Mr. Hodgman from having seen him down here in his office?
Sure, sure.
And Miss Clark wasn't with him at that point?
No.
And you saw Detective Payne,
Yeah, he was driving.
and they waved to you?
Yeah, they said, hi, Robert.
All right. Now, the fact that you weren't called by the prosecution after all their contacts with you, you're not mad at the prosecution, are you?
No, I was disappointed maybe, but I was not mad at all.
And why were you disappointed?
Because they called me a crucial witness, and I thought what I heard and what I saw might be important for them.
And then you were subpoenaed by the defense, is that correct?
Yes?
The fact that you were subpoenaed by the defense, did that in any way make you change your testimony at all?
Not at all.
And when I just read you the statement that you gave to Detective Payne back on June 21st, is that the same thing you told us here in court?
Exactly.
Now, with regard to the interview with Mr. Darden on or about, I guess, May 29th, 1995, in that interview, Mr. Darden did the most of the questioning. Is that what you indicated to us?
Yes.
And you say he was cruel to you?
Well, not cruel, but he was, very not pleasant, not very pleasant.
I thought he used the word cruel. Not pleasant? Is that
Not
a better
pleasant,
word?
No.
Not
Was not smiling, believe me.
Was it smiling? Okay. But you tried to cooperate, did you not?
Sure.
And at that time, you're still willing to be a witness, is that correct?
Pardon?
You were still willing to be a witness if you were called by
Sure.
either side, right?
Sure, sure.
With regard to this white car that you said was a wagon or a Jeep of some kind, you never at any time saw any windows on that vehicle, did you?
No, it was dark, so they looked dark to me, the windows. There was no light in there.
Did you ever see, Mr. Darden, ask you a question, did you ever see any bumpers on that vehicle?
Could not never see that from that distance.
And the distance, so we're clear that you were up Dorothy, was about how many yards, if you can tell us?
50 yards, at least 50 yards. 50 yards.
At least 50 yards?
Yeah, yeah.
And have you ever at any time told anyone that you heard the voice of OJ Simpson out at Bundy on June 12, 1994?
Never, never. Could never hear the voice.
Have you ever at any time told anyone that you heard the voice of a black man around that location at that time?
No, absurd, no, never.
After secondary. I have nothing further of this witness at this point.
This will be a good time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour. Mr. Heitzer, you may step down. You're ordered to come back at 1:30. All right? We'll stand in recess. Oh, sorry. Remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. See you at 1:30.
Tomorrow morning then at 9 or,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, Ms. Clark, did you have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Bailey concerning the other discovery issues?
I did, Your Honor. One of them, I think, is resolved, at least with respect to the tape. We never had a tape. What happened, not what was represented. What happened was, I never knew about any tape. I had our people go and check it out when Mr. Bailey made his motion this morning. And what we determined is that Mr. Lang told Detective Payne that he had taped the interview himself. And then Detective Payne asked for a copy, and Mr. Lang gave him the copy. And when Detective Payne listened to it, it had a seminar on one side and it was blank on the other. He called Tom Lang then and asked him for another copy because the one he had nothing on it, and Mr. Lang informed him that he would get it to him and then said he'd lost it and he couldn't find it and never did give him one. So we didn't have a tape. I understand now that the tape, in fact, does exist, that it's in the possession of Mr. Lang's lawyer, who is currently transcribing it. Mr. Bailey will pick it up this afternoon, and we will pick up a copy from him. I had thought that Mr. Lang was going to be testifying this afternoon, having received no notice to the contrary until 2 minutes ago, and I guess this will give us time to go over that. Mr. Hodgman needs to address the court ex parte on some other matters.
As to this witness?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Bailey?
Well, I'm inclined to object to an ex parte address on a forthcoming defense witness if he is called, but I will.
I have the feeling that is this a request under 1054.7?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, then have Mr. Hodgman here at 3:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
And to please the court,
Why don't you have one of your minions run upstairs and tell Mr. Hodgman?
Ms. Clark did not address the sketch which Mr.
I'm
Lang
sorry.
says he gave to the prosecution. And I'm wondering if any research has been done into the existence of the sketch in his file.
We'll discuss that with Mr. Bailey.
All right. Well, discuss it. If it exists, I'd like it produced.
Well, you want the tape now? I like the sketch now. Okay. I will accept the representation of Ms. Clark that the tape somehow didn't fly. And in fact, the witness relocated it, I find, when he moved 7 days ago, moved his home. So it looks like we'll both have access to it in time to prevent any lasting damage. The sketch issue, I'm still pressing.
All right. I'm going to direct the prosecution to produce that. Mr. Bailey, who has the sketch, to your knowledge?
Mr. Lang said he gave it to a policeman.
Ms. Clark,
That's not what I understand.
what's your understanding?
I don't have an understanding that any police officer received any sketch.
Well, to someone connected with the prosecution. They sent someone to pick it up, together with his statement that both sides have that he wrote out in his own handwriting detailing what he saw that night. That was almost contemporaneous.
All right. I'm not getting a clear answer from the prosecution. Is there such a sketch?
I need for Mr. Hodgman to address the court under 1054.7, Your Honor. If you would like, I'll ask Mr. Hodgman to come down now.
No, I'll do it at 3:30. Let's get as much time as we can in with the jury.
Very
All
well,
right.
Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Deputy Magnar, let's have the jurors, please. Seated. Let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a slight change in our schedule this afternoon. We'll be taking a recess today at 3:30. All right, Mr. Heidster, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon again, Mr.
Good afternoon,
Heidster.
Mr. Judge.
You're reminded, sir, you were still under oath. And Mr. Cochran, have you completed your redirect?
Yes, I have no questions at this point.
All right. Mr. Darden,
I'm making further, Mr. Cochran.
you may.
Your Honor, we just received this. Can we have just a moment to digest this? You told us that you detail cars, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed.
You told us that you detail cars for a living. Is that right?
That's right.
When you detail a car, you pretty much wash and wax and clean just about every aspect of the interior and exterior of that vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And yet it's your testimony that you can't tell the difference between a Bronco, an Explorer, and a Jeep?
Sustained.
Okay.
Argumentative as a phrase. There's been no testimony of explorers.
I'm sorry. Is it your testimony that you can't tell, or rather distinguish, a Ford Bronco from a Jeep?
They look very much alike in the distance. It was 50 yards at least. I couldn't say exactly what it was, impossible.
And also that you can't distinguish a Ford Bronco from a Chevy Blazer?
They look very much alike.
Chevy Blazer and the Ford Bronco looks very much alike to you?
Yeah, they look alike, certainly from the distance. From the distance.
You were just reading your statement to Detective Payne with Mr. Cochran, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't read all of that statement to the jury, did you?
Yes.
You didn't read this part, did you? At the bottom of page 1. Where the statement reads, "It was his opinion the sounds came from the Brown estate, as that residence is the only one in the area with a large metal security gate." You didn't read that this morning when you and Mr. Cochran were reading your statement, did you?
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I have here 15 photographs. Will they be marked collectively as 501?
All right, People's 501 collectively, and how many photographs?
15.
And you've shown those to Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Heidster is showing you the 15 photographs here. All of those photographs hit metal gates at residences located at or adjacent to 875
Overruled.
South Bundy. Is that correct?
Pardon?
Okay. Each of those photographs show gates, metal gates, at residences located adjacent to and within a couple of doors from
Right.
875 South Bundy. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Okay. Would you just take a look through all 15 photographs just to make sure? And would you also take notice of whether or not the addresses for each of those residences is indicated on the photographs?
Yes. Sure.
All right, the record should reflect the witnesses had the opportunity to examine each of those 15 photographs. Mr. Dart.
And in fact, Mr. Heidster, those photographs, or some of those photographs, show gates that look exactly like the gate at 875 South Bundy, don't they?
They do, sir.
Okay. There are other residences with gates just like Nicole Brown's front gate, correct?
Yeah, there's some of them, not all.
Okay. And yet it's your testimony that from your position in that alley that you could tell that you knew that the gate that you heard slam closed was Nicole Brown's gate?
Overruled.
Sure, because I was just opposite Nicole's condo, and I knew the dog was behind that gate, so I thought that must be the gate from the dog.
You knew the dog was behind the gate?
Oh, before, yes. I remember seeing him before, yes.
Okay, but you knew the dog was behind the gate that night?
No, he didn't sound like he was behind the gate. He was on the street somehow. It sounded like it. He was very close by when I came to it.
The Akita was walking on the street?
No, I didn't see him, but he sounded very close, when I came to the corner.
Did it sound to you as if the Akita was on the east side of Bundy?
No, I don't. But I couldn't see it. No, I don't think so.
Are you certain that the Akita was not at 875 South Bundy when you heard it barking?
I couldn't say that. It sounded like he was on the street and he was in front of the condo or something like that.
Did it sound to you as if the Akita was walking up and down the street?
No. It was not walking with all. No.
Do you know someone by the name of Lanu? Lanu?
Never heard. Maybe if I see the person, maybe I recognize it.
Do you know someone named Christian Anders?
Yeah, I know him.
Do you know someone named Marilee Kane?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment?
With the court reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed. I'm sorry. Whoop. All right, let the record reflect we have all our jurors back with us. Mr. Darden, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Heidstra, you testified that you know Mary Lee Kane.
Yes,
Okay. And who is she?
she's a client of mine.
And does she live on Bundy?
Yeah, she moved in there recently.
Pardon me?
She moved in there recently
Okay. Where did she live before that?
in Santa Monica.
Okay. And did you know her while she was living in Santa Monica?
Yeah, on Idaho.
Pardon?
Idaho Street.
Oh, okay.
Idaho. Potatoes.
Okay. In fact, you've known Miss Kane for about 5 years. Is that correct?
About that time, yes.
Okay. And you've been detailing her vehicles for the past 5 years?
Around that, yes.
Okay. And you've had occasion to talk to Miss Kane about your observations and perceptions of June 12, 1994. Is that correct?
I might have, yes.
When you say you might have you?
I'm sure I did, yeah.
And you told Miss Kane that you usually walk your dog around 10 o'clock. Is that right?
Exactly.
And you told her that you left a little late that Sunday night. Is that correct?
10:15, I told him.
Okay. You didn't tell Miss Kane that you left at 10:15, did you?
Wasn't he misunderstood? I never said that. I said 10:15. I never said little late.
Well, while talking to Miss Kane, did you state, quote, you left, sorry, let me redo that. While talking to Miss Kane, did you tell her that you left, quote, a little late, unquote?
Late, I left late. Never is a little late. I left late.
And during your conversations with Miss Kane, you told her that the vehicle that you saw was a white Bronco, didn't you?
I didn't say Bronco.
Did you ever tell Miss Kane that you saw a white Bronco?
A white car. A white Blaze, a big car, Jeep. I never said a Bronco.
Isn't it true that you told Miss Kane that you saw a white Bronco pull out of the alley behind Bundy?
Pull up the... I never saw in the alley. No, not at all. I saw the car coming from the west side of Dorothy, but in the alley, I never saw it.
Well, while standing on the street at Dorothy, if you look west, you can actually see the mouth of the alley. Is that correct?
No, it's dark behind there, completely dark. You can see nothing. Very dark.
Isn't there a street light at the corner, Mr. Heidstra?
It's just on the corner that shines just the crossing, but not behind there.
Did you tell Miss Kane that you saw a white Bronco pull out of the alley behind
I
Bundy?
never said...
You can answer the question.
I never saw it stole a Bronco. It looked like a Blazer car.
Question is, did you tell Miss Kane that you saw a white Bronco pull out of the alley behind Bundy?
I can't recall that. I said a Jeep or a Blazer-like car. Could have been a Bronco. I don't know, but I didn't say specifically a Bronco.
Okay, so your answer to my question is no then, sir?
Pardon?
The answer to my question is no?
No, I don't recall that at all.
But it's your testimony that it could have been a Bronco. Is that right?
Could have been.
Okay.
The distance was big. I could never see that for sure.
Okay. And when you first saw that vehicle, which could have been a Bronco, it was going east on Dorothy, right?
Yes, it came down the street there.
Okay. And the alley that leads behind Nicole Brown's condo would have been just west of that Bronco.
Yeah,
the
that
car
was west.
looks like a Bronco.
Yeah, it was west.
Okay. You don't know whether or not that vehicle came out of the alleyway?
I told you I could never see it. It was dark as can be. There is no light there. Came out of the darkness. I don't know from where.
And in terms of the time in which you saw that white vehicle, you can only give us an approximation, right?
Yes.
You can't give us the exact time.
No, I didn't look on my watch.
And were you standing in front of a residence when you saw that white vehicle that looked like a Bronco?
Yes.
Do you know the address to that residence?
No, like I said, that's 3 houses up the block from the alley. I don't know the street. No. It's three houses from the corner of Bundy, I mean.
Okay. So would you be west of the alley or east of the alley?
East of the alley.
Okay. And we're talking about the alley that is on, the alley on the east side of Bundy, correct?
Yes, right.
Okay. You've also testified that you walked down the alley behind the one located behind Nicole Brown's condo, right?
I never walked there with her. I never crossed there. I never been with them with my dogs in that alley ever.
Are you aware that when the police found the bodies, that the front gate at 875 South Bundy was open?
Object is yes.
Sustained.
Already told us that you were interviewed by the news, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And didn't you tell a television reporter that the intersection and the area at Bundy and Dorothy was well lit?
It's well lit, exactly, yes.
Okay, so you could see the mouth of the alleyway then, is that correct?
Oh, see that it was dark, very dark. Came out of the darkness, like I said, into the light on the crossing from Bundy and Dorothy. Out of the darkness, I never know where it came from.
Can I have one moment? Spoke to the news reporter. Did you tell the reporter that you could make out the vehicle clearly because of that street light located at the
Could see
intersection?
certainly a light-colored car, for sure.
And so the vehicle went south on Bundy, is that correct?
Exactly, yes, sure.
Okay. It didn't go north.
No, never.
Now, had the vehicle gone north, it would have driven right past the front of Nicole Brown's condo. Is that right?
All right, right.
Have you seen the photographs of the dog, the bloody paw prints at 875 Bundy?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. Have you seen the photographs of the bloody paw prints heading south on Bundy?
I saw it in a newspaper.
And that would be the same direction in which the white vehicle that looked like a Bronco went.
South.
When you walk around, have you noticed that your dog follows you?
My dog what?
You know, when you go places or walk,
Yeah.
have you noticed that your dog follows you?
My dogs?
Yes.
sustained.
When Mr. Cochran was asking you questions on redirect, you testified that you were disappointed that you were not being called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that correct?
Sure.
And why is that?
Because you called me a crucial witness at that time. And I was very surprised about that.
Did you feel that the information that you had,
Sure, the time.
pardon,
The time.
just the time?
Well, I thought that was very important.
Well, what about your observations of a white vehicle that looked like a Bronco? Did you think that was important?
Sure, that was important. But it was a big distance. I couldn't see it exactly what it was.
And the fact that you heard two voices, you thought that was important.
Sure.
And you don't know why the prosecution didn't call you, do you?
No idea.
Walked down the alley. You said it was 10:30 or 10:35 when you first heard the dog bark, right?
About that time, yes.
Okay. And then you walked down the alley,
I was been asking this.
okay, right?
Yes.
How long is that alley?
I have no idea. But I can say that in English. I mean, I don't know the yards in English, so it would be in meters for me.
Okay, how many meters?
Oh my God, that'd be at least 100 meters, 150 meters, something like that. Guess, I don't know for sure.
And it took you, what, more than 10 minutes to walk 100 meters?
No, 10 minutes.
Pardon?
I was at the corner about 10:35. That's around 10:35, and I turned around.
I thought you said you were at the corner around 10:30.
10:30, 10:35.
Overruled.
At any event, it took you 10 minutes to walk that 100 meters?
Not 10 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah, about that. Because I stood in the alley for a couple of minutes listening to the commotion there.
So is it fair to say that it takes you about, what, 3 minutes to walk 100 meters with your dogs?
Yeah, but I stood still there. I was standing there listening to the noise and the voices for a couple of minutes.
Okay, so your actual walking time in the alley then was what, 3 minutes?
No more. 4 minutes, something for 5 minutes.
When Mr. Cochran asked you those additional questions this morning, you took a look at the letter that Mr. Bailey sent you, is that right?
I did, yes.
It's the first laminated letter that you've ever received?
Part.
Is this the first time that you've ever received a
Yeah,
laminated
yes,
letter?
yes.
Overruled.
You never received a laminated letter from the prosecution, I take it?
No.
You also told us that you know Christian Anders, is that right?
Yeah, I see him sometimes passing by.
And he is someone that you see often walking his dogs, is that right?
Yeah, he has a little tiny dog, yes.
I'm sorry?
A tiny little dog, yes.
What kind of dog does he have?
A Shih Tzu, something like that.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Shih Tzu. Shih Tzu.
Since June 12, 1994, you and he have run into each other.
Yeah, I see him sometimes walking the dog.
And you and he have talked about the case, correct?
Oh, yeah, because he has a TV program, so he was interested.
He has a TV program on cable.
Yeah,
He asked you to come on to his program.
yes.
And you've known Mr. Anders several years, is that right?
No.
How long have you known him?
Since the first time I met him, it's not even a year. I know he lived in the neighborhood, but I never talked to him before with him.
Okay. But you did talk to him about the case.
Yes, we talked about it.
Did you tell Mr. Anders that you recognized that the second voice that you heard as Mr. Simpson's voice?
Never said that. He asked me, do you think it was OJ? And I said, I don't know. I never saw the person.
Isn't it true that when Mr. Anders asked you about the second voice, that you responded to him, quote, "The thing is clear to me, it was OJ," unquote?
No, never said that. He asked me, do you think it's OJ?
Did you also tell Mr. Anders that the vehicle you saw was a white Bronco?
Not a white Bronco. I said it was a big Jeep, like.
Didn't
It
you
could have been, but I was not sure at all.
Didn't you tell Mr. Anders that you observed a white Bronco dashing away from a
Not
intersection
dashing.
at Bundy?
Not dashing, and not. I didn't say Bronco. He said could have been a Bronco. I said I don't know. It could be, but I'm not sure it's the same size as a Blazer.
And didn't you also tell Mr. Anders that that vehicle had tinted windows?
Yeah, it looked like in the dark when it came in the dark windows. It looked like it was tinted windows. I'm not for sure, but it looked like.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Cochran?
Just a few questions more. Sir, with regard to that letter that you got from Mr. Bailey that I showed you earlier, the letter which talked to you about, asked you not to talk to other witnesses, defense to 1240, there was another part on that. They were laminated and kind of stuck together.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And do you recall that the other part was an order from Judge Ito about witnesses not watching television?
Yes, right.
Overruled.
So what Mr. Darden is asking all these questions about was a letter from Mr. Bailey, which we've shown to the jury, with the judge's order saying not to watch television. Isn't that right?
Yeah, exactly, yes.
And that's all that you received from Mr. Bailey. Is that right?
That's all.
Now, with regard to these witnesses, I want to ask you specifically with regard to Christian Anders. Have you ever at any time in your life ever said to Christian Anders that OJ Simpson was at that scene on the night of June 12th, 1990?
Never. I could have never said that. I never saw somebody there.
And with regard to, did you ever at any time tell Christian Anders that you saw a Bronco on that night? Never did that, did you?
It's a big car, a big Jeep, or it looked like it could be anything.
And in fact, from the very beginning, from the time that you first spoke with the detectives in this case on June 21st, you said it was a big white car.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Big Jeep, big Jeep, or Blazer.
Hold on. Sustained, it is leading.
All right. Let me say it another way, Your Honor.
No, the answer will stand because we're going to get that anyway.
All right.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the car that you saw that night, how would you describe that car to this court and jury?
Jeep, wagon-like car, and white colored car. But
Is that-
I knew.
Sorry.
I didn't know for sure about what it exactly was.
And when you pointed that particular vehicle out to the police when they were talking to you on June 21st,
Right.
you pointed to a Chevrolet Blazer. Is that right?
Yeah, it was parked in there.
All right. And you were how far away from that vehicle when you were looking?
Oh, few feet. I mean, it was very close together.
Well, the Blazer you were close to, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right. But that particular night, how many meters or how many feet or yards did you tell us you were?
About 50 yards at least.
All right. Have you had occasion to look at and measure that distance
Yeah.
since that time?
Sure.
And how did you do that? Did you talk to somebody about the distance?
Yeah, I'd ask him because I don't know the yards in English, so they tell me what the distance was from this house to the corner of Bundy and Dorothy.
So you talked to somebody who knew the distance in yards.
Right. Exactly.
Being French, you know things in meters.
That's it, yeah.
And from that 50 yards distance, sir, on Dorothy, you were looking back west to Bundy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your vantage point there, were you able to see any alley that might exist behind Bundy there at all?
On the west side, you mean?
Yes, in the alley behind Bundy on the west side of Bundy.
No. Completely dark. I never could see it.
Did you ever tell anybody you saw any people come out of that alley?
Never could.
Did you ever see people come out of that alley at all?
No.
And being familiar with that area, if a person coming and going eastbound on Dorothy, and they wanted to go to the Rockingham location, would you expect, knowing that area, that you would turn right and go south to Wilshire?
Objection.
Overruled.
You wouldn't go south on Wilshire that way, would
No,
you?
you go north. It's to Sunset.
And do you have any doubt in your mind that this white car that you can't identify turned right and went south
No
on
doubt.
Bundy?
No doubt.
No doubt at all?
Not at all.
Now, let's take this other witness. This Marilee Kane. With regard to the questions that you were asked, when you talked to Marilee Kane, is that a woman?
Yes, a woman.
When you talked to Miss Marilee Kane, at any time, you never said anything to her about hearing any young adult voice, did you?
No, I said a clear voice. Was it a clear
And you
voice?
talked about the words, hey, 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 is that right?
Yes.
And did you ever mention at all, if you recall, to Miss Kane, anything about a second voice at all?
Yeah, I said to her there was two voices I heard there. That's it.
All right. But could you identify that second voice at all?
No, it was too much noise.
And where was the noise coming from?
Came down from Bundy when I was in the alley. From Nicole's condo, I'm sure it was there.
And do you recall at some point talking to Miss Kane and telling her that the white vehicle that you observed could have been a white van? You recall ever saying that?
Yeah, it's a Jeep or van, I told her, the Blazer, whatever we talk about.
Same thing you've been telling us here, right?
Yeah, right.
Is that the same thing you told the detectives back on June 21st, 1994?
Yes, when they came to my place, sure.
Now, so that we're clear, Mr. Heidstra, is there any doubt in your mind that you were in that alley that was walking parallel to Bundy on the night, June 12th, 1994?
No doubt, I'd never forget that.
Is there any doubt in your mind that when you stopped behind that house that it was approximately 10:40 p.m.? Any doubt?
Overruled.
Sure.
Is there any doubt in your mind about that?
No doubt about it.
Is there any doubt in your mind that when you were on your street on Dorothy and you looked back before you saw this car turning right to go south on Bundy, that it was about 10:45 in the evening?
Around 45, yes.
Any doubt in your mind about that?
Oh, no, it was, must have been at that time exactly when I came to the area.
Is there any doubt in your mind that you could not identify the voices of either one of these two people?
Never could I know.
And is it part of your vocabulary to identify the race or ethnicity of any particular voice? You do that?
No, that's absurd, that's crazy.
Overruled.
That's crazy, that's of course not.
You ever done that?
No,
Would you do that?
no, never in my life.
Did you do that in this case?
No.
Do you even know what OJ Simpson sounds like?
No, I heard him maybe once and twice on TV, but never. I don't know the voice at all.
You never heard his voice that night, did you?
No. I don't know. It's too much noise.
Speculation.
Overruled.
And you never saw him that night, did you?
Never. Saw nobody.
You told us the truth here today?
I told you the truth.
And even with regard to this man who is supposedly has a cable TV show, he asked you to be on his TV show, did he?
Yes,
Did you turn him down also?
I turned him down.
Have you turned everybody down about being on their show?
I turned them all down, yes.
Except the news, when the news
Well, in the
broadcast?
beginning, yes.
Now, have you been offered, did someone offer you to go on hard copy?
Yeah, there was a lady, a friend of...
Did a lady ask you to go on hard copy with some other person?
Objection, Your Honor. This is lady and relative.
I'm asking.
Overruled.
Yes,
Who was that person they asked you to go on hard copy with?
that was that Patricia.
Patricia Barrett?
Yeah.
Did you go on hard copy with Patricia Barrett?
No, I refused.
You did what?
I refused, and I didn't want to do it.
Did you take any money from anybody?
No. Nothing.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Mr. Darden.
A couple of questions. Are you aware that Patricia Barrett appeared on hard copy?
She said she would appear on hard copy.
Are you aware that she did?
I don't know.
Are you aware that
I never watched that program.
Are you aware that she did and she didn't get paid?
I don't know.
Well, just one object to that, Your Honor.
Sustained. Answer stricken. Jury is to disregard the implication of the question.
And you didn't turn Christian Anders down when he asked you to appear on his show, did you?
Sure, I didn't want to do it. So let me think about it.
What you actually told Mr. Anders was you'd have to talk to your lawyer. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure I don't want to go in, but I never did it. I refused.
You got a lawyer?
No, I talked to her.
Not just an object.
Overruled.
I don't have a lawyer. I know a lawyer do some cases for me, for my apartment and everything. So I told him about it.
Isn't it true that around December 1994, you asked Mr. Field to refer you to his lawyer?
Might, I don't remember that.
Did you, Mr. Heidstra?
I don't remember that.
Did you ask Mr. Field to refer you to his lawyer so that
No.
you could have a lawyer deal with your involvement in this case?
No, I thought maybe I need a lawyer, but I never asked his lawyer. I never asked about his lawyer. I don't know what kind of lawyer he has at all.
You feel like you need a lawyer just to come here and tell the jury the truth, as you say you have today?
Sustained.
your focus in terms of financial gain as a result of testifying in this case is after the case is over. Is that correct?
No, no plans whatsoever.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Here's- You come here and testified and said you told us the truth. You have a lawyer anywhere in this audience out here today with you?
No, no.
You came in here unarmed without a lawyer, right?
On my arm, yes.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, Mr. Heidstra, thank you very much. I am going to release you for the day. However, you were subject to being recalled. All right?
thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next witness.
Court Captain Wayne Stanfield being called out of order.
Because of, court allows this, because of the
Let me see counsel at the sidebar. All right, as to the defense, Mr. Cochran, you have a witness you want to call out of order for scheduling reasons?
Yes, Your Honor, because you cannot be here after today.
All right. Mr. Bailey?
Captain Stanfield, would you be sworn, please?
All right, would you stand over here next to the podium, sir? Face the clerk.
I do.
Please have a seat. Would you stand and state for your first and last names for the record?
And I am Wayne Stanfield, W-A-Y-N-E, Stanfield, S-T-A-N-F-I-E-L-D.
Mr.
Where do you
Bailey?
live, Mr. Stanfield? Just the city?
Camarillo.
Camarillo, California? What is your occupation?
I'm an airline pilot.
And what rank do you hold?
Captain,
How long have you been a captain?
3.5 years.
Did you fly on the evening of June 12th, 1994?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where did you fly from and to?
Los Angeles to Chicago, Chicago to Albany,
And what time did you depart Los Angeles that night?
2345,
Do you remember the flight number?
668, yes, sir.
And what kind of equipment were you flying?
A Super 80, an MD-80.
That's a McDonnell Douglas
Yes, it is. A stretch DC-9.
follow on to the DC-9?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Captain. Would you please allow the lawyers to finish asking their question before you start answering?
Yes,
All right. Court reporter can only take down one person at a time.
How long have you been with American, Captain?
10 years.
And prior to that, what did you do?
I was a carpenter for 4 years. I worked for Continental Airlines for 2 years. And then I was in the Navy active duty. And I also did Navy reserve duty as well.
Are you still in the Navy?
Yes, I am.
And what is your current rank?
I am a captain selectee.
Okay. Now, you gave the time as 23:45. Is that military time?
Yes, sir. 11:45 p.m.
PM in the evening. Okay. What were the conditions that evening, if you remember?
Weather conditions?
Anything remarkable about the flight?
No, sir.
Anything remarkable about the passengers on the flight?
No, sir, except for Mr. Simpson was on the flight.
All right. Did you at some point learn that one of the passengers on your aircraft was Mr. OJ Simpson?
Yes, sir.
And without saying what was said, can you tell me who brought that information to you?
The first flight attendant indicated that Mr. Simpson had come aboard.
What altitude did you fly to Chicago that night, if you remember?
I think it was 31,000.
All right. And how far into the flight were you in terms of hours and minutes before you first left the cockpit or the cabin?
Approximately 3 hours.
What was your purpose in leaving the cockpit of the captain?
Just to stretch a little bit and use the facilities.
Okay. And did you have something with you that you're obliged to carry on your flights, something personal, such as a logbook?
It's not obliged. I keep my own personal flight logbook. But yes, sir, I did take it back with me.
Are you not required to log every flight?
Not anymore, sir. After you make captain, there's no requirement to keep your flight hours because you've already made captain.
Is that because there's no higher rank?
Apparently, yes.
When you came back into the cabin, how were you dressed?
I had my uniform on without the jacket and without the hat.
Okay. Had you known personally, prior to this flight, Mr. O.J. Simpson?
No, sir.
Had you ever met him?
No, sir.
Were you familiar with what he looked like?
Yes, sir.
How had you been exposed to Mr. Simpson, or how had he been exposed to you?
Through the media, sporting events, press, as well as video and movie.
Had you noticed him on television any number of times?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And had you ever followed his career?
Yes, I have.
Back when he was in college in California?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to speak to Mr. Simpson during the course of the flight you've just described?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where was he sitting?
In the second row on the right-hand side of the aircraft next to the window.
And how did you greet him?
I excused myself because I had just moved from the restroom area to around a little bulkhead there and asked if it wouldn't be an imposition to talk to him for a moment.
Okay. When you first encountered Mr. Simpson and he was sitting by the window, was he awake or asleep?
He was awake.
What, if anything, did you observe that he was doing?
Just looking out the window. If anything, I would characterize it as being pensive, just lost in thought.
And did you introduce yourself?
Well, I asked initially if it wouldn't be an imposition to talk to him, and then I introduced myself, and we
What
shook
was
hands.
his response when you asked if that would be an imposition?
Overruled.
He came out of his seat in sort of a half crouch and extended his hand, and we shook hands, and I thanked him.
Okay. Did you sit down in the aisle seat?
Yes, I did. I sat next to him.
And did a conversation ensue?
Yes, sir, it did.
Without telling us what was said, did you at some point make a request of Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I did.
And what was that request?
I asked if he would sign my logbook.
Did he in fact do so?
Yes, sir, he did.
Do you keep your logbook under fairly tight control?
Yes, I do.
Is that something you regard as of personal value?
It is my own personal record of my flight time and notes about types of approaches and the people I fly with and so forth. So, yes, it is important to me.
At my request, did you make a photostat of a certain page of your logbook relevant to that evening's flight?
Yes, sir, I
Do you
did.
have it with you?
Yes, I do.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. You may.
May this be marked as defendant's next in order.
1242.
Hand 1242 to the witness and ask you if there are any markings on that page which you personally observed made by Mr. O.J. Simpson, who's sitting at the defense table.
Yes.
Would you just point them out on the page?
His signature and a peace to you comment underneath.
And what is the date of the logbook page that I'm holding?
It's 12 June of 94, but it also has 14 June on there as well.
Okay. And I see an MD-80 668 flight number, LAX to ORD. What does ORD stand for?
Chicago O'Hare Airport.
Is that where you went that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I, Your Honor, just without passing this around, show it to the jury?
You want to put it on the Elmo?
Oh, fine. It's going to appear on the screen above you, and there's one down to your right, which may be a little clearer. If you crank that up a little bit, back off, Howard, if you will. All right. Can you tell us where on that page the date appears?
On the upper right-hand corner, 12
And
June.
The name crew, it's a name next to that. Can you tell us who that is?
It's my co-pilot, Bob Julius.
All right. And the first line of the several columns across, can you tell us what information is entered in that row?
Yes, sir. Flight was Flight 668. The aircraft was an MD-80. The ship number was 215. The departure point was Los Angeles. The arrival point on that leg was Chicago O'Hare. Continuing over the departure time, Zulu time was 0645. The actual takeoff time looks like 0656. The land time at Chicago, I think it's 10:33. I can't really read it on the monitor.
Do you perhaps have a different flight? I understood that passengers boarded at 11:45.
That's, yeah, Zulu time was 0645. The local time was 2345.
I see, okay.
The Zulu time is how I keep my logbook.
When you say Zulu time, could you translate that, please, for the members of the jury?
Greenwich Mean Time.
Is that time used in aviation as a common denominator for all flights?
Yes, sir. That's
So when it's 6:45 in Greenwich, England, what time is it in Los Angeles?
2345.
Okay. What time, Chicago time, did you land, if you can compute that, please?
4:33 was the actual touchdown, if that's the 33. And then it took us a few minutes to taxi into the gate, then arriving at 4:41.
Okay. And did the flight attendant say stand by for early arrival?
Oh, I don't believe so.
Raise the paper, please. Is that the signature that was inscribed that night by Mr. Simpson in your presence?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the word peace to you, is that in his handwriting?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, Captain, you said that you have seen Mr. Simpson from time to time through the media. Could
Yes.
you compare the demeanor you observed that night in your conversation with Mr. Simpson, the way he acted, the way he reacted to you, to the way you've seen him in other circumstances?
It was the same.
Right. Did he appear to be relaxed?
Yes, he did.
Did he appear to respond to your questions in an alert fashion?
Yes, he did.
Did you see anything at all unusual about him that night?
No, sir.
When you went back to the cockpit, without going into anything that was said, did you have a conversation with Mr. Simpson, about Mr. Simpson with your co-pilot? Or a remark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's it. When you were seated next to Mr. Simpson that night, Captain, and he was writing in your book, did you see both of his hands?
Yes.
Did you see any bandages or injuries that caught your attention?
No, sir, I didn't register on that at all.
Was there anything unusual about the hands you saw that night or about Mr. Simpson's appearance otherwise?
My only observation is that he has a much larger hand than I would have expected, but nothing as far as cuts or anything.
Thank you. Get witness.
Mr. Darden?
Thank you. You testified a moment ago that you didn't register on that at all.
No, sir.
What do you mean when you say you didn't register?
Well, the question was, did I see his hands? And in order to shake his hands, hand him my logbook and loan him a pen, I did have to look at his hands, yes.
Were you expecting to see a cut on his left hand?
No, sir.
Were you looking for a cut on his left hand?
No, I was not.
Now, you went over to speak to Mr. Simpson 3 hours into your flight.
Yes, I did.
And what time did that flight leave LAX?
23:45.
11:45 p.m.
Correct.
And so you went over to talk to Mr. Simpson, the defendant, here at 2:45 a.m.
That is correct.
Pacific time.
Yes.
Okay. And the defendant was wide awake.
Yes, he was.
He was the only passenger in first class who was awake at that time, wasn't
I can't attest to that, no.
he? You don't know?
I do not know.
Well, there was someone assigned, an employee of the aircraft, rather, someone who was assigned to monitor the passengers in first class. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
To observe the passengers,
Yes.
tend to their needs,
Yes.
and that would be who? Who was that person?
The first flight attendant, Bev DeTeresa?
Beverly D. Teresa.
That's correct.
She was the first class flight attendant on that flight.
Yes.
Now, when you fly at night, do you turn the cabin lights down?
Yes.
Okay. And you do that particularly when you're flying a red-eye flight, right?
Yes.
And is that so that the passengers on the plane can sleep?
Absolutely.
In fact, you expect that the passengers will sleep, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Simpson wasn't asleep.
That's correct.
And so were the cabin lights down during the time that you were speaking to Mr. Simpson?
They were dimmed. Yes.
Okay. And there's an overhead light. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that light on or off?
It was on.
Okay. It was on Mr. Simpson?
Yes, it was.
And when you saw him, was he holding something in his hand?
No.
He was just seated there with the light on.
Yes.
2:45 in the morning. Right?
Yes.
And when you first approached Mr. Simpson, you spoke to him, right?
Yes, I did.
And you extended your hand to him?
I believe it was mutual because he came out of his seat in sort of a half crouch as I had excused myself and extended his hand, and I extended mine.
And when you say that he came out of his seat in a half crouch, are you indicating to us that he sort of raised up with his knees bent?
Yes, he did.
Did he groan in pain when he did that?
No, sir, he didn't.
And both you and the defendant extended your hands, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you shook his hand?
Yes, I did.
And you used your right hand to shake his hand?
Yes, I did.
And he gave you his right hand?
Yes.
And you gave each other a shake?
Yes.
And that was a firm handshake, wasn't it?
It was a firm, warm handshake, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Simpson, the defendant here, he didn't grimace in pain when you shook his hand, did he?
No, sir.
And at some point you gave the defendant an ink pen, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you gave him your log?
Yes, I did.
Did he have any trouble reaching out and taking the pen out of your hand?
No.
Did he have any trouble holding the ink pen?
No.
Did he appear to have any trouble signing that autograph?
No.
Was there anything about the way he behaved that caused you to think that he was in pain?
No.
And when the defendant signed that autograph, he signed it with his right hand, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified that the plane left around 11:45 p.m.
Yes.
Did you have to wait at the gate for the defendant to get onto the plane?
No.
But he almost missed the plane, is that correct?
He was very late, yes.
You saw the defendant come onto the plane?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see him immediately after he arrived?
Yes, I did.
And you saw him stowing a bag in the overhead compartment, didn't you?
I saw him standing at his row. I did not see him stowing the bag, but he was standing as if he could have been.
Okay. Did you tell a defense investigator that you saw the defendant stowing a bag in the overhead compartment?
I don't recall if I did it at the time. It may have been what I recalled, yes.
Did you tell a defense investigator that you saw him stow a bag that was described as an athletic bag?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay. And you recall the color of that bag?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Was it only one bag that you saw the defendant with?
Yes.
Now, I take it that, we'll strike that. You told us that you've seen the defendant on television before.
Yes.
You've seen him announcing football games.
Yes.
Okay. You ever notice him to wear gloves while announcing some of those football games?
I don't recall.
You've seen him on television commercials?
Yes.
Hertz commercials?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what was your testimony as to his demeanor? When you compared his demeanor on the plane to his demeanor on television and in commercials, you said it was basically the same, or what did you say?
The way the question was worded, was it similar? And yes, it was. He was warm and genial.
You can't attest to the defendant's demeanor at 10:30 p.m. that night, can you?
No, I cannot.
Or 10:15 for that matter,
I cannot.
or 10:35 to 10:40.
I cannot.
And you can't tell us whether or not the demeanor that you saw is the way the defendant usually acts.
I cannot.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Okay.
Way it usually is.
Right?
That is correct.
Have you ever seen the defendant's demeanor after he was involved in a heated argument?
I have not.
Have you ever seen the defendant's, strike that, did you ever see the defendant's demeanor after an incident that occurred on New Year's Day in 1989?
No.
Sustained. Curious to disregard.
How many different times did you speak to the defendant during the flight?
Just the one time when I was in the cabin.
Okay. But you saw him on other occasions during the flight?
Upon his arrival at the aircraft, the one time in the cabin, and that was it.
Okay. Did you see him as he exited the cabin?
No, sir.
And on those two occasions that you saw the defendant, did his demeanor remain the same?
Yes, sir.
When you approached the defendant as he was seated on the aircraft, did you notice whether or not he had a Louis Vuitton garment bag with him?
Did he have a Louis Vuitton garment bag with him?
I did not notice.
Okay. And the athletic bag that you now recall having seen, did it appear full?
I don't recall.
And when you first approached the defendant at 2:45 Pacific time that morning, he was staring out the window?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a tray on his lap?
No.
Have a cup of coffee in his hand?
No, sir.
Did he have any kind of beverage in his hand?
No.
No book in his hand?
No.
Have one moment, I'm almost done. Thank you, Captain.
All right, Mr. Bailey?
Very much for coming, Captain. I have no further questions.
All right, Captain, thank you very much. All right, next witness.
Permission, we'd like to call Mr. Mike Norris.
All right, Mr. Norris, would you just stand right there and face the clerk, please?
Sure.
Raise your right hand, please. You can solemnly swear that the testimony you may give is not to be for this court should be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please have a seat on the witness stand and state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Michael, last name is Norris, Norris.
All right, Mr. Norris, would you just set aside those 2 cups that are there, please? Great. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Norris.
Good afternoon.
A little nervous today?
Yes.
I would ask you just try to relax. I have a very few questions for you this afternoon.
Okay.
Would you briefly tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your education is after high school?
After high school, I attended El Camino Junior College for a year and a half and transferred to Fort Hays State University in Kansas and attended there for 2.5 years.
In what fields did you study?
Physical education and sociology.
Do you plan on returning to school?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And what is your current employment?
I currently work for full-time for Southern Cal Gas, and I work part-time for Network Courier.
And Network Courier is a delivery service?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been employed by Network Courier?
In August, it'll be 4 years.
Are you married?
Yes.
Do you have a family?
Yes.
Were you at the airport on June the 12th, 1994 as a courier?
Yes.
And why is that date important to you?
That was the night that we met or saw OJ Simpson at the airport and learned the next day that his ex-wife had been murdered.
When you say we, were you with someone else at the airport?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Mike Gladden.
And is he here this afternoon?
Yes.
Where were you when you, did you observe a limousine that evening?
Yes.
What time did you observe the limousine?
Approximately 11:20 to 11:25.
Where were you when you observed the limousine?
Walking to get into our vans, we had just dropped some packages off at the airport.
And did you take particular notice of this limousine?
Yes.
For any particular reason?
Yes.
What was the reason?
It pulled up right next to our vans and kind of blocked us in.
Did you see someone open the door to the limousine?
Yes.
Who opened the door to the limousine?
The limousine driver.
And did you see someone get out of the limousine?
Yes.
Did you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who did you recognize that person as?
OJ Simpson.
About what time was it that you saw Mr. Simpson get out of the limousine at the airport?
Between 11:20 and 11:25.
Was he carrying anything when he got out of the limousine?
I don't remember him carrying anything when he got out.
What did you see him do when he got out of the limousine?
He walked to the, as he got out, I said, "Hey, what's up, OJ?" And then he walked to the back of the limo.
Did he respond at all to you?
Yes, he did.
What did he respond?
He said, "Hey, what's happening?"
Did he look at you when he said that?
Yes, he did.
About how far away from you was he?
Say approximately about 8 feet.
About the distance we are here or a little closer?
About the same distance.
And to your knowledge, did your friend say anything to Mr. Simpson?
He asked him, could he get an autograph?
And did Mr. Simpson reply?
Yes.
What did he reply?
Hold on just a minute while I take care of my luggage.
Did he then go somewhere in the direction of the limousine?
Yes, he went towards the back of the limousine.
And did you see him do something?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
He was in a bag, one of the bags in the back of the limousine. It was on the ground.
Did he open the bag?
Yes.
Did he appear to take something out?
Yes.
Sustained.
What did you see him do with the bag?
And had a bag in his hand, and he remembered to give Mike an autograph.
Did you see him sign the autograph for Mike?
Yes.
Did you have can you tell us how Mr. Simpson appeared during the period of time that you saw him?
He just appeared like, nonchalant, just like he was going, get ready to leave on a flight.
How did he look to you? Can you describe that to the jury?
He looked naturally. He was dressed real nice, had on like a stonewash type denim outfit, trying to look kind of young, he was just, trying to be cool,
And would you describe his demeanor to the jury?
he just was like smooth, just, hey, just walking through like I'm OJ.
Did he appear to be rushed in any way?
No,
Did he appear to be distracted in any way?
no,
Did he appear to be preoccupied in any way?
no.
Did you, you said he was wearing some stonewashed clothes. Is that similar to a denim material?
Yes,
And
like a blue jean type
Can you
material.
describe the hue of that
Excuse
material?
me?
The darkness or lightness of that material?
It's more of a light color. It's like a stonewash is like a lighter denim, lighter blue jean type. It wasn't like a dark like 405 type blue jean. It was, much lighter.
I mean, 5
501, yeah. Sorry.
Just relax, Mr. Norris.
Okay.
Now, during the period that you saw OJ Simpson, did you observe his hands?
Yes.
Did you see any cuts on his hands?
No.
See any band-aids on his hands?
No.
See any bruises on his face?
No.
Did he appear to be sweating?
No.
Did anything at all appear to be out of the ordinary to you when you saw Mr. Simpson?
No.
Was he cordial?
Yes, very. I mentioned to him that Marcus was out there earlier. I had heard Marcus was there, and he said, "Yes, I know." And I asked him about his son if he was still at SC, and he said, "No, he's through."
So he had enough time for small talk for you?
Right.
And you say initially he told your friend he had to take care of his luggage, but then he came back and gave the autograph?
Right. That's correct.
And do you know if your friend Michael still has that autograph?
Yes, he does.
Did you come with him today?
Yes.
You both still work together as couriers?
Yes. And also coach together.
And you coach? What do you coach?
Senior League All-Stars in Santa Monica.
What is that?
Baseball. Baseball. We have a big game tonight.
What age are your players?
13. Actually, it's 14 and 15-year-olds.
And do you have a son or daughter who plays on that team?
No, I don't.
You're just a volunteer coach?
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming this afternoon.
Okay.
Ms. Clark.
How you doing, Ms. Clark?
Okay. I just have a few questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So when you saw the defendant on the date of June the 12th at the airport, he appeared just like you'd seen him on TV commercials and stuff, right?
Right.
Just what you expected.
Right.
All right. But you didn't see him at 10 o'clock, correct?
No, I didn't.
And you didn't see him at 10:15,
No.
not at 10:30,
No.
and not at 11 o'clock.
No.
So you don't know what he looked like when he got into the limousine at around 11 or 11:10.
No.
You said that he was wearing stonewashed jeans, light-colored denim.
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of shirt he was wearing, sir?
It was a denim type shirt. I have one similar to it. It's light in color, like a blue jean shirt.
Right. Was it long sleeve, sir?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the? You indicated that. Excuse me. Strike that. He went to the back of the limousine, correct?
Yes.
And you saw him get a bag out of the trunk of the limousine.
I didn't see him get it out.
He reached into it.
No, the bag was already, I believe, was already out on the ground.
Okay. Can you describe that bag for us, sir?
It was black.
Can you show us with your hands how big it was?
I couldn't tell you exactly how big it was.
Would the style of the bag be like a duffel bag?
Yes.
That sounds right to you? Mm-hmm. And could you remember? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And was it black?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on the ground next to the trunk of the limousine, was it?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any Louis Vuitton garment bag?
No.
To the best of your recollection, sir, would that duffel type bag that you saw him reach into on the ground next to the trunk of the limo be about 3 feet long, maybe 1 foot high? I'm gesturing with my hands. Does that seem about right to you, sir?
I'm not sure exactly on the size of it because it was on the ground, and I couldn't tell you exactly how big it was.
Could you tell us, sir, whether it was a small bag, a medium size, or a larger bag?
I can't, not exactly, I couldn't tell you. I mean, it was on the ground, and I couldn't tell you the full length of it. No, I couldn't.
Have you ever seen anything like the size of a book bag? You know, like kids carry, knapsack type bags?
Yes.
Okay. Was it that size? Or was it larger than that?
I would say it would be larger than that.
Okay. When you saw him get out of the limousine, sir, was he carrying any small, dark bag, like about the size of a book bag or knapsack with him?
I don't recall him carrying anything.
Do you recall seeing a bag like that in his possession when you saw him at the airport on the night of June the 12th? Small, dark knapsack or book-sized bag?
I would say the smallest bag would be like an athletic bag.
Like the one you just described to us on the ground next to the trunk of the limousine?
Right.
That was the smallest that you saw him with?
That would be the smallest that I would say I saw him with, yes.
Okay, so then you did not see him in possession of any smaller dark bag like the size of a book bag or a knapsack?
No,
Okay. And you did not see the Louis Vuitton garment bag?
no.
So can you describe for us the bags that you did see him with?
There was a golf bag. The bag that he had, that he was, had in the back of the limo, he put over his shoulder, and he carried an athletic bag.
Okay, and the bag that he carried over his shoulder, what kind of bag was that, sir?
It was a black bag.
Okay, and did it look kind of like a garment bag?
I don't remember if it was more of a garment bag or not.
Okay, can you show us how he carried that over his shoulder, sir?
He just put it over his shoulder like that and was holding it like this.
Okay, do you recall which hand he had it in, his left or his right?
He had it in over his, I believe, over his right shoulder.
Okay, when he, strike that, I'm sorry.
Want to describe that motion that he just made for the record?
Yes, he made a motion with his right hand up to his right shoulder,
Yeah, more or less like right on.
kind of like the way you would carry a garment bag, sir.
Yes.
When you first greeted each other, did you shake hands?
No.
You just said hi.
Right.
And then your friend, at the point that your friend asked for his autograph, he had already gotten his bags, correct?
No.
What had he done?
He was going to the trunk to get his bags, and my friend was standing next, like at the back of the van where he was, and asked him could he get that autograph.
And he said, hold on a second, I just got to get my
Let
bags.
me take care of my bags. Yeah.
All right. And then he did go to take care of his bags, is that right?
Correct.
And then he picked up that black garment bag and put it over his shoulder.
Well, yeah, a black bag.
Okay, a black bag that looked like a garment bag.
Could be. I don't know.
Something he carried over his shoulder.
Yes.
All right. And then he picked up the other duffel type bag that was on the ground, is that right?
No, the bag that he looked like he pulled a ticket or something out of, that's the bag he put over his shoulder.
Okay. He put that over his shoulder.
Right.
And then there was another black bag,
An athletic bag
an athletic bag. Okay. And how did he carry that athletic bag?
in his hand.
Okay. And then he went to sign. At that point did he go to sign your friend? Give
Well,
him
he
an
got
autograph?
ready to walk away, and then he remembered. He said, "Oh," and he said, "Here," and he gave him his autograph.
And what hand did he sign with?
He had the paper, I believe, was in his left hand, and the pen with his right hand.
So he put down the black bag.
He had a
that
bag. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So did he put down both bags that he was carrying in order to do the autograph?
No,
What did he do?
he kept one bag on his shoulder, and he wrote the autograph.
And what did he sign? Which hand did he sign with?
The right hand.
So then he was carrying the other bag over his shoulder with his left. Is that right?
No, it was on his right arm.
How did
It was
he
a
sign?
strap. A strap. He had it over on his arm, right? And he signed with his hand.
What happened to the other bag?
The other bag he put down.
He put down. Okay, that's what I meant. So did he hold I'm going to show you, I'm holding this legal pad, okay? Did he hold the pad with his left hand and sign with his right?
Yes, it's a little yellow sticker paper,
Kind of like, we just happen to have
the
a few.
posters. Exactly.
Like this?
No, like
The bigger
those.
one?
Yes.
The size is of interest.
Yes.
I'm sure
Okay,
Post-it
I'll mark it.
will tell us what size that is.
What size is it?
About 3 by 5,
3 by 5? Yeah,
similar.
I'll go with that. This seems about right. So he was holding it with his left hand like I'm holding it now, thumb on top, hand underneath,
I couldn't tell you exactly how he held it.
but he held it with his left
He
hand.
had it in his left hand.
And he signed with his right.
Yeah.
So his left hand was underneath, his left middle finger at least was underneath the pad of paper, correct?
I couldn't tell you that.
Could you see his left middle finger while he was signing the autograph?
No.
Were you studying his hands very carefully, sir, to see if there was any injury to them?
No.
You didn't expect him to be injured that night, did you?
No.
Now, when he reached down into that black duffel bag, did you see him grunt or grimace in pain as he bent over?
No.
Did he seem to have any trouble unzipping that bag, sir?
I didn't notice him unzip it.
Did you see him take out the ticket, or what appeared to be an airline ticket?
Excuse me?
Did you see him take out what appeared to you to be an airline ticket?
Yes.
And did you see him straighten up from taking that out of the duffel bag?
Yes.
And did he seem to have any trouble bending over or standing up?
No.
Now, at the time that you saw Mr. Simpson that night, sir, you did not know that the murders of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman had occurred, did you?
No.
And so you did not know at that time that the murderer had been cut and bled as he fled the scene, correct?
No.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
You didn't know anything about the case, correct?
No.
And there was no particular reason that you expected to see any cut or injury on Mr. Simpson, correct?
Correct.
And you were not studying his face or his hands or his body to examine them for bruises or cuts because you didn't expect to find that, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that the first time you'd ever met him, the defendant, in person?
I've seen him in person before.
And how was that, sir, at the airport?
No. When I was younger, our family went to Knott's Berry Farm, and him and his family was at Knott's Berry Farm.
Okay. And did you speak to him on that occasion?
I don't remember. I know my stepmother had took a picture of them and their family. I know that. So I really don't remember speaking to him.
Okay. How many years ago was that?
It's probably in about 75, 76.
That was the only other time you'd seen him?
And I've seen him in Westwood before, just like driving around or something like that.
Okay. You didn't speak to him on those occasions?
No.
And you saw him, he was driving in his car, was he?
Yeah.
What kind of car was that?
I don't recall. It was in like the mid 80s.
And so are those all the contacts you've ever had, the times you've seen the defendant?
Yes.
So you only spoke to him on this one occasion on June the 12th, correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to state that you don't know how he usually looks in a social setting with other people, correct?
Yes.
And would it be also fair to say that if there was some subtle difference in the way he was acting on the night of June the 12th, you wouldn't know that?
Right.
And if the defendant had been sweating at 10 o'clock or 10:15 or 10:30 that night, you wouldn't know about that, would you, sir?
No.
And if he had been bleeding at 10 o'clock, 10:15 or 10:30 that night, you wouldn't know that either, would you, sir?
No.
I'm sorry? Thank you, Mr. Nurse.
All right, Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you very much. Mr. Norris, you told us that the first time you saw Mr. Simpson was 11:20. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So clearly, anything that happened before that, you would have no way of knowing what took
Objection,
place, would you?
Overruled.
No.
When you looked at Mr. Simpson, are you sure that you didn't see, well, strike that. Did you see any cuts on his hands at all?
Objection has been answered.
Overruled.
No.
You described the bag that he was carrying as having a strap.
Yes.
And after he gave the autograph to your friend Mike, did you see where he went?
Towards the door of the entering the airport.
Did you ever see him stop at a trash can and throw anything in a trash can?
No.
And did you have any conversation with Mike relating to the way Mr. Simpson looked that night?
Yes.
What'd you say?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How did you describe the way he looked?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you verbalize the way he appeared?
Yes.
And how did he appear?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
He appeared to be, like I mentioned to Mike, appeared to be, trying to dress young.
Excuse me. Hold on. Mr. Norris, just tell us, without telling us what you told anybody else,
Okay.
how did Mr. Simpson appear to you that evening?
He appeared to dress real young, dress real nice, and, he was dressed real casual,
And his attitude and demeanor was what?
real nice.
Objection has been.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Clerk.
After Mr. Simpson gave your friend an autograph, Mr. Simpson walked away, is that correct?
Correct.
You stopped observing him at that point, correct?
As he walked to the door.
Did you turn to watch him as he walked to the door?
Yes.
Did he appear to limp?
No.
Walked okay, didn't he?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever see him talk to the sky cap at the sky cap station there outside the doors?
That's when we left, about the time the sky cap was coming back out.
Okay. So at the point when he got to the sky cap, you took off.
When he walked to the door to where he would meet the sky caps at, that's where we left.
All right. So you were not present to observe any interaction between him and the sky cap or anything that transpired at that point because you left.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, can I mark the post-it
Yes.
people's next in order? What is it?
502. 502. Anything else, Mr. Shapiro? Yes, you may. Mr. Norris, thank you very much, sir.
All right.
All right, next witness.
I will call Mr. Michael Vladimir.
All right, Mr. Carpenter, you need to hold on just a second. Hold on just a second. All right. Waiting for the juror, and we're waiting for Mrs. Robertson. How firm is our stop time? All right, the record should reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Cochran, you may call your next witness.
Very kindly, Your Honor. Mr. Michael Gladden.
All right, Mr. Gladden, would you face the clerk, please?
When you get the result, not to put it in. Could you triple this to the back?
I do.
State for your first and
Michael Gladden, Gladden.
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Gladden.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'd like to ask you what your occupation is.
Well, I work at a service deli in Pavilions, and I also work part-time as a courier.
All right, and as a courier, do you work with another gentleman by the name of Michael Norris?
Yes, I do.
And is he the gentleman who just preceded you on the stand?
Yes.
How long have you worked as a courier, sir?
Probably a little over 2 years.
And is that for network courier services?
Yes.
All right, now, sir, I'd like to direct your attention back to the date of June 12th of 1994. Remember that particular date?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to be out at LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, on that particular date in the evening hours after 11 o'clock?
Yes, I did.
And would you describe for the jury where you were after 11 o'clock, after 11:15 on that particular evening?
The upstairs parking lot at American Airlines.
When you say parking lot, were you parked
By the curb.
by the curb at American Airlines?
Yes.
All right, and let's call that Terminal 4. And you were parked outside of American Airlines Terminal 4?
Yes.
All right, how long had you been parked there?
Probably about 10, 15 minutes or so.
Had you done some work in that building that particular day?
Yes.
Had you concluded your work at that point?
Yes, I have.
And what were you parked in?
And a company van.
And that's a van for the network courier services?
Yes.
All right. Were you and Mr. Norris in the same van, sir?
No, we weren't.
All right. So you were in one van, he was in the other?
Yes.
All right. And you were seated at the curb in your van?
Yes.
And at that point, did something unusual happen?
Yeah. Yes, a limousine pulled up with Mr. Simpson in it.
All right. The limousine pulled up, and where did the limousine go in relation to your van, if you recall?
Well, my van was parked a little further down from where I was standing talking to Mr. Norris.
The time this limousine pulled up, you were outside your van at that point?
I was outside of Mike Norris's van.
All right. And both of you were outside the van at that point, or was Norris
I
inside?
think he was sitting in his.
But at any rate, this limousine pulled up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the limousine park at some point?
Yes, right almost where I was standing.
Did you see somebody get out of that vehicle?
Yes.
And who was that?
Mr. Simpson.
That's the gentleman seated here to my left?
Yes.
All right. And you observed and you knew who Mr. Simpson was. Is that right?
Yes.
At that point, did you say something to Mike Norris at that point?
I don't think so. I think Mike said he said, "Hey, what's up, OJ?" or something like that.
There was some conversation that transpired between Mr. Mike Norris and Mr. OJ Simpson. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Now, when you saw Mr. OJ Simpson at some point, did you see him get out of the limousine?
Yes.
And did you see him go someplace after he got out of the limousine?
He went to the back of the limo.
All right. And did you see him at that point with any luggage at any point?
I didn't recall seeing it.
All right. Now, at some point, did you ask Mr. Simpson to do something for you?
Yeah, later on I asked him for an autograph.
All right. And now let's back up for a moment. What time was it, to the best of your recollection, when you first saw Mr. Simpson outside that limousine on June 12th, 1994?
Probably best estimation would be between 11:20, 11:25.
So about 11:20 or 11:25 p.m., huh?
Yes.
You saw Mr. Simpson, right?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, do you recall now how he was dressed?
Yes.
Give us a general
Kind of like looked like he was wearing some jeans and like a jean shirt, long sleeve. Kind of like looked like he had boots or something on.
All right. And did you comment at any time about how he was dressed that night?
I think I was telling Mike Norris looked like he was advertising or something.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't hear the response because of the objection.
Advertising, dressed like he was advertising.
Advertising his jeans and stuff.
All right. Excuse me. Mr. Gladden,
Yes.
only speak when a question is asked of you, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Carr.
Now, so he appeared neat to you, did he?
Yes.
Had you ever met OJ Simpson before that night?
No.
Can you move that microphone a little closer to you? Thank you. You had never seen him before that night?
No, I haven't.
All right. Did you see any bags or any sky caps or anyone around him with any bags that particular evening?
Not when he first came up, no. But
All right. At some point thereafter, did you see any bags?
yes.
And can you tell the court and jury, if you can think back in your mind, how many bags you saw, the total number of bags, if you recall?
Maybe between 4 and 5.
All right, 4 and 5 bags. And then can you describe for us, as you think back, the color of the bags that you saw?
Probably all of them were black. I think there was like a brown looking smaller bag. It wasn't too small, but it was
Was it like a carry-on, the brown one?
something like that.
Do you know what a Louis Vuitton bag is?
Not really.
You don't know. But you recall that then of the 4 or 5 bags, the majority of them were black. Is that right in color?
Yes.
I'm asking.
Overruled, but it is leading.
All right.
He's already testified to it, but it is leading.
I want to make sure. Okay, Your Honor. Why don't you tell us of the bags that you saw? What color were they?
I'm pretty much sure they were all black in color, and there was probably one like brownish tan looking
All right.
bag.
Now, and when the limo first pulled up, was there a sky cap available, if you know?
No.
And did you see the limousine driver do anything when he got out of the limousine?
Well, he came and opened the door for OJ, and then he was walking around. When I looked over by the curb, and he was looking around for a sky cab. He was just kind of standing there. Then I really wasn't paying attention to what he did after that.
All right. Now, at this point, did you get a chance to look at Mr. Simpson and see how he appeared to you?
Yeah, pretty much so.
What was his demeanor? How did he look at that point to you?
Just kind of calm and just taking his time.
All right. And at some point, you described for us how he was dressed. Did you, at some point, approach him at where he was standing?
Yes.
And when you approached him, what did you say to him?
I said, hey, Juice, could I get an autograph?
And when you said that to him, what did he say, if anything?
He said, sure, just let me get my luggage situated or something to that effect.
All right. And thereafter, did there come a time when he proceeded to try to get his luggage situated?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not the limousine driver ever came back with some kind of a cart or something?
Yes, he did.
All right. And these bags that you've described generally, where were they placed?
On that cart.
All right. And did something happen to those bags after they were placed on the cart?
Yeah, the driver took him over to the curb.
All right. And then what happened after that?
Well, when it looked like they had like most of the stuff on there, that I walked over like on the side of Mr. Simpson, and he like got turned and seen me, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot," or something like that. "Oh, sorry." And then he said, then he signed the autograph for me.
Okay. He said he was sorry?
Yes, something like that.
And then he turned around and he signed this autograph for you?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, what time of evening was that Mr. Simpson signed this autograph for you?
Probably It was about close to 11:30 by then.
All right, so it was about 11:30 on June 12th, 1994. He signed an autograph. And do you have that autograph with you today?
Yes,
And may I approach? Can you show it to me?
sure.
All right. You have it in the book here?
Yeah.
Approach it.
You may.
Now, this.
You can take it out.
All right. This is a. You have a book. What is this book actually that I?
It's just a book. I put it in.
And do you have other autographs in this book? Or it's just
Yes,
a
a
book?
few.
All right, you have a few autographs in this book. And this is the original autograph that Mr. Simpson signed for you on that night?
Yes.
And it says, OJ Simpson, peace to you.
Yes.
And do you want to keep this autograph?
Sure.
And, all right, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to mark as the defendant's next in order a copy that was made by Your Honor's clerk or by Mr. Douglas over the lunch hour of this autograph. I'll give the people a copy. I'd like to mark this as our next in order. I'll place it on the Elmo.
1243, and we'll allow the photocopy to be substituted for the original.
Thank you very kindly. Now, for this purpose, you want to put the original?
Yes.
Reminder? Now, the autograph seems to be on some kind of a yellow stickum kind of piece of paper. Is that right?
Yes.
And how'd that happen?
Well, I carry these like with me when if they tell me to go pick something up, I'll write down what flight number and what airline. So I happen to have it. So.
All right. And so, for the record, Your Honor, I think he's referring to I guess, a 3x5 yellow stickum that he took out of his pocket. Posted, rather.
Yes. Noted.
All right.
What we'll do, it appears to me we're not going to conclude with Mr. Gladden's testimony this afternoon. We'll allow the jury to examine the original, and then we'll substitute a photocopy at the appropriate time.
All right. Ma'am, do you want a second? I'd ask a few other questions. Is that the original signature for Mr. Simpson on that particular night?
Yes.
And as you observed, Mr. Simpson, did you have occasion to look at his hands?
Yeah, I noticed how big his hands were.
And did you see any cuts or bruises on his hands?
No.
You saw him, and can you describe for us, if you remember, how he wrote that autograph, what hand he wrote it with, and whether he used both hands or not?
I think he held it with his left hand and signed with his right.
All right. How close were you to him when he was signing it?
Just to the side of him.
And you were very close?
Yes.
Then just you could reach out and touch him?
Yes.
And at that time, as you saw him sign this OJ Simpson piece to you, did you have occasion to notice his demeanor at that time and how he appeared?
Pretty calm and relaxed.
All right. Then after he signed this particular autograph, and then you put it, as I understand the procedure, you took it on your post-it and you put it then in your book. Is that correct?
Later on, yes.
Later on that evening, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, where was Mr. Norris, if you know, at the time that Mr. Simpson was signing this autograph?
I think he was still over by his van.
All right. So he was further away at that point. Is that correct?
Yes. His van was parked like towards the front of the limo, and I was parked towards the back of it.
All right. Now, after that, after Mr. Simpson signed the limo, I was trying to strike that, after he signed the autograph, was there any further conversation between you and Mr. Simpson at that point?
I just said thank you, and he said you're welcome, and I think that was about it.
All right. And did you see in which direction Mr. Simpson went at that point?
Towards the American Airlines door.
All right. Did you watch him as he went toward that door?
Not too closely.
All right. But at some point, did he leave your sight at some point?
When I pulled off,
All right.
he was still standing there when I was pulling off.
You at some point went back to your van, did you?
Yes.
At any time while you were out there, did you ever see Mr. Simpson at any time go near any of the trash cans out there?
No.
And these 4 or 5 bags that you described for us earlier, do you know how many, if any, of those bags were checked that night?
No, I don't.
Do you know how many, if any, of those bags Mr. Simpson carried that particular evening?
No,
You weren't paying attention as to what bags or whatever he was carrying?
no, I wasn't.
And do you recall, as you think about it now, whether he had any of the bags with him that he was carrying as he's walking away?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Now, you've gotten autographs from other so-called celebrities, is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. Simpson's hands appeared large to you.
Yes, they did.
And when did you notice that his hands appeared large to you?
Well, when he was holding this thing, I was like, just like devoured it.
What devoured it? His hands?
His hand, yeah. It's just,
And if, at that point, you were standing right next to him?
yes.
The time that you were with Mr. Simpson, did his demeanor or the way he acted ever change at all?
No,
Did he seem to be rushed to you at all?
no,
Seem to be relaxed to you?
pretty much so.
What time was it when you got the autograph and you then walked back and got into your vehicle, your van that night? What time was it then, if you know? Your best estimate.
I really didn't, I don't know.
All right. Was that your last job for the night?
Yes.
Have a second, Your Honor. Yeah. Was it? One question, I might save some time. You didn't see Mr. Simpson at 11 o'clock, did you, that night?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see him at 10:45?
No,
You see him at 10:30?
no,
But you did see him at 11:20, 11:25, right?
yes,
And what you've told us about is how he was acting and appeared at that time. Is that right?
yes.
I think I have nothing further at this point, Your Honor. Nothing further at this point. I reserve.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to take our recess at this time for the day. Mr. Gladden, we still need to ask you some more questions. I'm going to direct my clerk, Mrs. Robertson, to hold on to your book until tomorrow morning. All right, you're ordered to come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may step down, Mr. Gladden. Go ahead and step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Have a pleasant evening. See you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.